Chapter 2206. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. He killed him just like that? In his impression, Qin Guan had a good temper and rarely got angry. Therefore, he did not expect Qin Guan to really kill Qianji. Not only Yi Xian, but Qianmu was also petrified on the spot. He killed him just like that? He did not give any face at all? After Shen Xiu killed Qianji, his gaze fell on Qianmu with an unfriendly expression. Qianmu turned to look at Qin Guan with an ugly expression. Pavilion Master Qin, is this really necessary? Qin Guan smiled. City Lord Qianmu, I brought my friend to the Great Thousand Domains, but your son investigated him secretly. Not only that, he even purposely got his men to cause trouble for him. As she spoke, she shook her head. City Lord Qianmu, I hate this. Qianmu stared at Qin Guan and suppressed his anger. Does he deserve to die? Qin Guan sighed. City Lord Qianmu, you gave me some convenience when I established the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. If not, I would not have appeared today. Do you think that I am harming you and Qianji City? As she spoke, she shook her head. I am saving you and your Qianji City. Everyone was speechless. Everyone had a weird expression on their faces. Killing someone else's son and saying that it was for their own good? At this moment, Xiao Ta sighed. How terrifying. Only he understood what Qin Guan meant. If Qianji did not die, the conflict between Yi Xian and Qianji would definitely escalate. Qianji was also a second generation. He was proud and arrogant. How could he give in to someone? Once the conflict escalated, between Qianji City and Yi Xian, only one could live. Yi Xian naturally understood what Qin Guan meant. He walked to Qin Guan and pulled Qin Guan's sleeve with his right hand. He was a little dissatisfied. You make it sound like I am a bad person. Qin Guan blinked. I know the whole story. It was the spirit demon race who came looking for trouble with you first. Thousand Chance City wanted to take sides and give face to the Lord of Five Elements. As for this Qianji, as you said, he wanted to test you and then cause you some trouble to test your limits. If your background is ordinary, he will continue to target you and even kill you. Yi Xian was silent. Qin Guan turned to look at Qianmu. City Lord Qianmu, if you are not convinced, you can make your move now. My Celestial Treasure Pavilion will accompany you to the end. Qianmu remained silent for a long time before he said, What are you saying, Pavilion Master Qin? This was all a misunderstanding. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, everything is fine. With that, he turned around and left. Qin Guan smiled and said nothing more. Aren't you afraid of his revenge? Yi Xian asked in a deep voice. He's not afraid of me. He's afraid of Shen Xiu. Shen Xiu's strength makes him feel threatened, so he doesn't dare to make a move. Qin Guan smiled. Why isn't he afraid of you? Yi Xian glanced at Shen Xiu and said, Why isn't he afraid of you? I think you're the most dangerous one. Qin Guan blinked. Because I don't cultivate. I don't have any realms. Are you sure you don't know how to fight? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment. I don't. Qin Guan nodded. I don't. However, I know all realms like the back of my hand. Moreover, I know what's beyond realms. Moreover, I'm writing a new realm. I want to create a complete cultivation system. Yi Xian. Actually, many people don't know that I have many powerful treasures. Qin Guan continued. Why? Yi Xian was puzzled. Qin Guan blinked. That's because those who knew about it are all dead. Of course, besides you. Yi Xian was speechless. Meanwhile, the patriarch of the spirit demon race, Musu, intended to flee. Yi Xian looked at Musu and said, You want to leave? Musu stared at Yi Xian and said, What? You want to kill me? Yi Xian smiled and said, Isn't that obvious? As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot. Hiss. A strand of sword light tore through the battlefield. Musu's eyes narrowed slightly. You. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot as well. Bang. An expanse of sword light suddenly exploded apart, and then both of them retreated explosively at the same time. However, the green profound sword in Yi Xian's hand had vanished the instant he flew backward. Musu's pupils constricted, and then he suddenly smashed his right hand forward. A strand of terrifying force swept out from his fist. Bang. An expanse of sword light distorted, and the green profound sword was blasted back to Yi Xian. However, Musu's right hand had completely cracked apart, and only his bones remained. A wisp of ferocity flashed through Musu's eyes as he glanced at his cracked right hand. He looked at Yi Xian and slowly raised his left hand. In the next moment, the starry sky and the surroundings seethed. Meanwhile, some mysterious experts suddenly appeared from the shadows, and they immediately started to seal off the space-time in the surroundings. If the surrounding space-time wasn't sealed off, a battle between experts of this level could directly shatter the major thousand territories. The destructive force was too strong. In the distance, Yi Xian stood with his sword in hand, and the green profound sword in his hand trembled slightly. Meanwhile, a wisp of ferocity flashed through Musu's eyes. Die. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly slapped his left hand forward. Bang! At this instant, a terrifying force suddenly surged out from the space-time above Yi Xian, and the space-time where Yi Xian resided was instantly shattered. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly wielded his sword. 3 swords as one. Moreover, all 3 of them were quantitative attacks. As soon as he attacked, Qin Guan's eyes instantly lit up. Interesting. Bang! Meanwhile, an expanse of light suddenly erupted in front of Yi Xian. The powerful ray of light tore through everything, and the sealed space-time in the surroundings was instantly blasted into pieces. A moment later, a figure retreated madly. It was Musu. Musu retreated hundreds of thousands of feet away, and the moment he stopped, a sword stabbed into the center of his brows without any warning. Hiss! Musu's figure stiffened. He'd lost. Yi Xian gazed at Musu, and was about to allow the green profound sword to absorb Musu's soul. However, a terrifying aura suddenly appeared here, and then the green profound sword within Musu's body was blasted out by a mysterious force. A moment later, a black vortex entered Musu's body. At the same time, a figure silently condensed into form in the sky. Yi Xian gazed at the figure and frowned slightly. The Lord of the 5 Elements. Brother Zhang, who'd remained silent until now, spoke abruptly. The Lord of the 5 Elements. He's on the same level as the Time Master. Yi Xian gazed at the Lord of the 5 Elements and remained silent. The Lord of the 5 Elements stared at Yi Xian as well. How arrogant of you. Yi Xian chuckled. What do you mean by that? It seems like it's your subordinates who intend to kill me, right? The Lord of the 5 Elements glanced coldly at Yi Xian. You'll be able to obtain that heaven vein, but you won't be able to enjoy it. As soon as he finished speaking, he glanced at Qin Guan, and then he turned around and left. Shen Xiu frowned slightly while the saber within his sheath trembled slightly. He was about to attack when Qin Guan stopped him. Qin Guan smiled. Forget it. We have important matters to attend to. As she spoke, she gazed at Yi Xian. I noticed that your cultivation technique is greatly lacking. If you're willing, then I can chat with you and improve your cultivation and strength. Yi Xian hurriedly said. Of course not. Qin Guan smiled. Come with me. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and left. Meanwhile, Shen Xiu was about to leave silently. Meanwhile, Qin Guan glanced at Shen Xiu. Where are you going? Shen Xiu hesitated for a moment and said, to eat. Qin Guan glared at Shen Xiu. You're going to kill the Lord of the 5 Elements, right? Yi Xian was speechless. Shen Xiu spoke solemnly. He glanced at the pavilion master before he left, and I noticed a strand of killing intent in his eyes. Qin Guan rolled his eyes at Shen Xiu and said, So you intend to kill him? Shen Xiu nodded. Qin Guan nodded slightly. Shen Xiu, from this moment onward, I'll tell you one last time. Don't act rashly without my orders. And don't think that you're very good at fighting, because there are many who are better at fighting than you are. Your temper is too rash, and if you encounter some extraordinary experts, then that temper of yours will kill you. Understand? Shen Xiu nodded slightly. I understand. Qin Guan sighed softly, and then she turned around to gaze at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi. Yi Xian smiled. Just call me Yi Xian. Don't keep calling me Young Master Yi. Young Master Yi? How distant is that? Qin Guan grinned. Then I'll call you Yi Xian. You can call me Qin Guan as well. Yi Xian suddenly asked. Qin Guan, I remember that you said that's your real name, right? Qin Guan nodded. Yi Xian hurriedly asked, then what's your nickname? Qin Guan smiled, Sifan. Qin Sifan. Yi Xian blinked. Then I'll call you Sifan. You don't mind, right? Qin Guan hesitated, and then said, I think you should call me by my real name. Yi Xian nodded slightly. All right. I'll listen to you. Qin Guan smiled. Let's go. After that, she turned around and left with Yi Xian. On the way, Qin Guan suddenly said, just now I saw you perform 3 sword moves. 1 slash to the past, 1 slash to the future, and 1 slash to the present, right? Yi Xian nodded. Please enlighten me, Miss Qin Guan. Qin Guan nodded. I have a way to make your 3 sword moves at least 10 times stronger. Yi Xian's expression froze. Is this how you play? 10 times? Qin Guan said seriously. I'm not lying. It's because your understanding of time and space is not deep enough. If you know more, the power of your 3 sword moves will be very powerful. Yi Xian said in a deep voice. Please enlighten me, Miss Qin. Qin Guan smiled and said, space-time is the combination of time and space. It is divided into the past space-time, the present space-time, and the future space-time. The reason why there are the past, the future, and the present is because there is a river of time. Do you know the essence of the river of time? Yi Xian shook his head. I don't know. Qin Guan smiled slightly. The essence is still time and space. Yi Xian. Qin Guan smiled. The so-called river of time itself is formed by time and space. Just like the old hen. Where does it come from? It came out of the egg. Where did the egg come from? The egg is laid by the old hen. Do you understand what I mean? Yi Xian. Chapter 2207. Yi Xian was speechless. Understand my **s. Yi Xian said solemnly. Miss Qin, which came first, the chicken or the egg? Qin Guan smiled. What do you think? Yi Xian shook his head. I don't know. Qin Guan smiled. Actually, it's not important. What's important is that you have to understand that the core of the river of time is still space-time, which is divided into future space-time, present space-time, and past space-time. When you used that sword just now, you didn't use space-time as the core, but forcibly broke into the past and future space-time. In this case, you will be rejected by space-time, even if you have the Time Lord's rule. Yi Xian said solemnly. Miss Qin Guan, you mean that I can integrate with the past and future space-time, right? Qin Guan heaved a sigh of relief. Oh my God, you finally understand. Yi Xian. Qin Guan continued. If it's an outsider, it's difficult to integrate with the past and future space-time, because they will reject people who don't belong to their space-time at this stage. But you don't have this problem, why? Because you have the Time Lord's rule, and your sword, which has the effect of restraining and suppressing space-time. So, as long as you use it a little, the power of your 3 swords will be greatly improved. Yi Xian nodded slightly. I understand. Qin Guan blinked. Do you really understand? Yi Xian said solemnly. Miss Qin Guan, in your mind, is my comprehension very poor? Qin Guan nodded honestly. A little. Yi Xian. Qin Guan hesitated, and then said, You don't mind, do you? Yi Xian said solemnly. In your mind, what kind of people are considered geniuses? Qin Guan thought for a while, and then said, The one who made the sword for you. Yi Xian was completely speechless. It's not that I can't do it, it's that this woman's standards are too high. Qin Guan said. Do you want to practice first? Yi Xian nodded. Of course. Qin Guan smiled. Then I'll wait for you. Yi Xian smiled and said, All right. After that he returned to Xiao Tao's car. Cultivate. Past time and space, future time and space, present time and space. Yi Xian did not forcibly return to the past like before. He began to merge with these space-time, becoming one with them. He had the nomological laws given to him by the time ruler and the Qingxian sword, so it wasn't difficult for him. After fusing with space-time, he realized that the power of his sword was indeed much stronger. It should be said that there was a qualitative change. Qualitative change. Thinking of this, Yi Xian frowned slightly. What was a qualitative change? What he had now was a quantitative change, but after he fused with space-time, He realized that his 3 swords had surpassed the quantitative change and reached a qualitative change. After a quantitative change, a qualitative change could occur. And these 3 swords of his had already reached a qualitative change. After a long silence, Yi Xian left Xiaota and went to the 12th floor of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, where Qin Guan was busy. Yi Xian glanced at Qin Guan, who was sitting behind the desk, and did not disturb her. Qin Guan suddenly looked up at Yi Xian and said with a smile, "It'll be done in a minute." Yi Xian nodded. "All right." Qin Guan continued to write. Her writing speed wasn't very fast, and she would stop to think for a while as she wrote before continuing. Yi Xian was a little curious. "Miss Qin Guan, what are you writing?" Qin Guan smiled and said, "It'll be done in a minute." Saying that, she began to speed up. Not long after, she suddenly stood up and walked to Yi Xian with the notebook in her hand. She handed the notebook to Yi Xian and said, "For you." Yi Xian took the notebook curiously and flipped to the first page. There were only 2 big words in the middle of the first page. Qualitative change. Qualitative change. Seeing these 2 words, Yi Xian was stunned. Qin Guan smiled and said, "You've already achieved a quantitative change, and the next step is a qualitative change. As for what a qualitative change is, I've already written a detailed introduction in this notebook. You just need to cultivate according to it." Yi Xian looked at Qin Guan and said, "You wrote it especially for me?" Qin Guan nodded. "Yes." Yi Xian was a little puzzled. "Why?" Qin Guan blinked and said, "Don't you happen to need it now?" Yi Xian said seriously, "I do indeed need it. What I mean is, why did you write it especially for me?" Qin Guan was silent. Yi Xian suddenly said, "You're not interested in me, are you?" Qin Guan quickly waved her hand. No, don't think too much, you." Yi Xian was a little helpless. "Then what do you mean?" Qin Guan hesitated and then said, "Can I lie?" Yi Xian's expression froze. Qin Guan glanced at Yi Xian and said softly, "Can I?" Yi Xian nodded. "Yes." Qin Guan quickly said, "I like to help others. I saw that you were in need, so I wanted to help you. That's it." Yi Xian was speechless. Qin Guan suddenly said, "Let's not dwell on this problem. Let's go, I'll take you to a place." After that, she directly left the study with Yi Xian. In the starry sky, Yi Xian asked, "Miss Qin Guan, where are we going now?" Qin Guan said, "Yedu." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "Yedu." Qin Guan nodded. "There will be a large-scale auction there today, and people from all the major forces will come. Among them, there is a divine object that will be helpful to you. I'm going to buy it for you." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "For me?" Qin Guan nodded. "A mysterious person put it here for auction and wants to sell it at a good price." Yi Xian looked at Qin Guan. "Why buy it for me?" Qin Guan said seriously, "I like to help others." Yi Xian stopped and looked at Qin Guan without speaking. Qin Guan smiled awkwardly. "You don't seem to believe me." Yi Xian shook his head. "Don't play dumb with me. Tell me the truth." Qin Guan hesitated and then said, "There are 2 reasons. The first reason is that your father and my father are very good friends, and Uncle Yang has helped us a lot in the Milky Way galaxy. The Shui family is my mother's family. The second reason is that I need your help in the future, and that thing is not that simple. So I help you now so that when I ask in the future, you will not refuse." Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "You are so powerful. Do you still need my help in the future?" Qin Guan smiled. "That thing, only you can do it. No one else will believe it, including your invincible sister." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "Only I can do it." Speaking of this, he glanced at Qin Guan and then said, "Is it to give birth?" Qin Guan's expression froze. She suddenly walked in front of Yi Xian, and then took out a disregard for martial ethics and put it in Yi Xian's hand. "Do you think this disregard for martial ethics looks good?" Yi Xian. Yi Xian blinked. "Would you like to have a taste of its power?" Yi Xian hurriedly shook his head and returned the disregard for martial ethics to Qin Guan. Although his strength had undergone a qualitative change, he might not be able to withstand this disregard for martial ethics. It fed nearly 200 million star veins. What kind of concept was this? Qin Guan suddenly said, "Let's go." Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Can you tell me what you need my help with in the future?" Qin Guan shook her head. "No." Yi Xian. Qin Guan suddenly stopped and turned to look at Yi Xian. "If I help you now, you will help me in the future, right?" Yi Xian hesitated and then nodded. "Yes." Qin Guan nodded slightly. "I believe in your character." Yi Xian. After Qin Guan led Yi Xian into a mysterious star region, an old man suddenly appeared in front of Qin Guan and Yi Xian. The old man bowed respectfully. "Pavilion Master, I am Li Xiu, the president of Yi City's Immortal Treasure Pavilion. If you need anything, please let me know." Qin Guan nodded slightly. "How long before the auction starts?" The old man said, 3 days. When he spoke up to here, he paused for a moment and said, "We'll begin whenever the Pavilion Master says so." Yi Xian was speechless. This Immortal Treasure Pavilion was really good at flattering people. Qin Guan pondered for a moment and said, "Don't waste time. Let's hold it tomorrow." The old man hurried to say, "I will arrange it right away." Then he turned and left. Yi Xian looked at Qin Guan. "What do you want to buy for me?" Qin Guan smiled playfully. "I will keep you in suspense first. You will know when the time comes. Anyway, it suits you very well now." Yi Xian hesitated and then said, "Actually, I think your treasures are quite suitable for me." Qin Guan shook his head. "Even if I give them to you, you can't use them because you are very poor." Yi Xian's expression froze. Damn. Very poor. He couldn't refute it. Qin Guan said, "My treasures can only be used by myself and Little White. Little White can use them because she has a super spiritual vein. As for others, even if I give them to them, they can't use the power of these treasures because they need money." Yi Xian thought for a moment and then said, "Why do you earn so much money?" Qin Guan smiled. "Using science to cultivate theology needs money. Many studies need money. Moreover, I am building a super fleet. This fleet also needs money. Apart from that, I have a very great plan." At this point she suddenly stopped. Yi Xian was curious. "What plan?" Qin Guan blinked. "It's not convenient to disclose." Yi Xian was speechless. This woman is the best at keeping me in suspense. Not long after, the two of them arrived at Yedu. Yedu was a bustling city, second only to Qianji City. This place could be regarded as a commercial city, because the major forces basically traded goods in this place. Today, Yedu was very lively because Immortal Treasure Pavilion was auctioning 3 supreme divine objects. What was a supreme divine object? Only those with super heaven-defying abilities could be called a supreme divine object. This kind of divine object was rarely seen in 1,000 years. But this time, Yedu had 3 of them at once. The super forces of the entire dark observing cosmos came one after another. Even if they couldn't afford it, they wanted to see these 3 supreme divine objects. Chapter 2208. In Xiaota's room, Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground. In front of him was the notebook Qin Guan had given him. Qualitative change. Under Qin Guan's guidance, his 3 swords had already achieved qualitative change. However, only those 3 swords could achieve qualitative change. Moreover, he didn't know much about what qualitative change was. In this notebook, there was a very detailed record of the qualitative change. What was qualitative change? It was the transformation of something from one state to another. Simply put, it was when a certain substance reached its limit and sublimated again. For example, when his drawing the sword to determine life and death, when superimposed to a certain extent, the sword's power would reach a quantitative change. And when the quantitative change reached its limit, it would leap again, which was a qualitative change. As for the realm of qualitative change, Qin Guan divided it into 2 types. One was a qualitative change in substance, which was called qualitative change, and the other was a qualitative change in mentality, which was called divine change. There was a difference between the 2. Simply put, a qualitative change in substance meant a leap in strength, while a qualitative change in mentality meant that one's mentality would reach another level. Simply put, the former was to increase one's strength, while the latter was to increase one's upper limit. His main goal now was to achieve a qualitative change in substance. In the following time, Yi Xian began to cultivate like crazy. A day later in the outside world. In the main hall of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. The auction was about to begin, but there were only 10 people in the main hall. Pitifully few. Why? Because the Immortal Treasure Pavilion had a requirement that anyone who wanted to participate in the auction had to first have their assets examined. Only those with at least 1 billion star divine veins were qualified to enter. A billion star divine veins was something that only the top superpowers of the mysterious observing cosmos could afford. Qin Guan arrived in front of Yi Xian's room and gently knocked on the door. A moment later, the door opened, and Yi Xian appeared in front of Qin Guan. Qin Guan looked at Yi Xian and smiled. Qualitative change? Yi Xian nodded. Qin Guan smiled. Let's go to the auction. With that, she turned around and left. Yi Xian followed Qin Guan to the auction house. As soon as they entered the main hall, Li Xiu appeared in front of them. Li Xiu gave a deep bow and said, "Pavilion Master, I have already arranged seats for you and young Master Yi. Follow me." After that, he led Yi Xian and Qin Guan to the center of the hall, which had the best visual effect. Moreover, there was no one else in the first row except for Yi Xian and Qin Guan. Qin Guan glanced at the surroundings and said, "Is everyone here?" Li Xiu said, "What should come has already come." Qin Guan nodded. "Then let's begin." Li Xiu bowed deeply and retreated. Soon, a beautiful woman walked up to the stage. She bowed deeply to Qin Guan, then looked at the crowd and said with a smile, "Thank you, distinguished guests, for coming here. Today there are 3 supreme divine weapons being auctioned. Please take a look at the first one." As she spoke, she opened her palm and a small black bell appeared in her hand. The bell was only the size of a palm and was completely black. There were mysterious ancient words carved on it. Li Xiu smiled and said, "This item is called the soul-absorbing bell. It comes from the ancient era and is a supreme divine weapon. Shaking this bell can absorb one's soul. Up until now, only experts half a step into the profound observation realm can completely resist the power of this weapon. Anyone below the profound observation realm who is targeted by this bell will have their soul separated in a light case, while their soul will be destroyed in a serious case." As she spoke, she glanced at the crowd and said with a smile, "The starting price is 1.5 billion star divine veins. 2 billion. An old man in a black robe who sat in the right corner suddenly spoke. 2.5 billion. 3 billion. 3.5 billion. In a short while the price had increased to 4 billion. Hearing this, Yi Xian felt his scalp go numb. Damn it. Were there so many rich people? Could they casually bid billions? Were they cabbages? At this moment, Qin Guan suddenly smiled and said, "Do you find it unbelievable?" Yi Xian nodded. Qin Guan lightly patted Yi Xian's shoulder and said with a smile, "The reason you find it unbelievable is because you are too poor and have not seen the world. You are not experienced enough." Yi Xian's expression froze. He could not refute it. At this moment, the soul-absorbing bell was sold for 6.7 billion. 6.7 billion for a transcendent divine artifact. After the old man bought the supreme divine weapon, he immediately got up and left. Yi Xian glanced at the old man and asked, "Will someone kill me for the treasure?" Qin Guan smiled and said, "No one would dare." Yi Xian was puzzled. "Why not?" Qin Guan said, "Firstly, that person isn't an ordinary person. Secondly, any divine item that is purchased from the Celestial Treasure Pavilion has a protection period of 2 hours. During that period, anyone who dares to touch it will be equivalent to going against the Celestial Treasure Pavilion." Yi Xian nodded slightly. "I understand." On the platform, the beautiful woman suddenly opened her palm, and there was a palm-sized stone in her palm. Yi Xian was stunned when he saw the stone, because he had seen it before. It was a heavenly vein. The beautiful woman smiled. "There are a total of 3 heavenly veins in the book, and this is the first of the 3. The starting price is 2 billion. As soon as she finished speaking, someone immediately said, 3 billion. 4 billion. 5 billion. 6 billion. Yi Xian glanced at the scene and said, "Is it that expensive?" Qin Guan nodded. This heavenly vein is in the book, and it has an extremely high research value. This heavenly vein is the first of the three. If you can fully comprehend it and have a high level of comprehension, you should be able to reach the half-step divine profound realm. If all three are combined, you might even reach the divine profound realm. Yi Xian said in a low voice, "Is the divine profound realm the highest known realm?" Qin Guan shook his head. "No." Yi Xian was shocked. "Didn't you say that the divine profound realm is the highest realm of the divine universe?" Qin Guan smiled. "That was before. I've already researched the realm above the divine profound realm." Yi Xian's expression froze, and he asked a moment later, "What's above the divine profound realm?" Qin Guan blinked. "I'll tell you once you reach the divine profound realm." Yi Xian was speechless. The price of the heavenly vein had been raised to 8.5 billion. At this moment, Yi Xian felt that the star god vein was like a cabbage that wasn't worth any money. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from the right corner. 10 billion. 10 billion. As soon as this was said, everyone in the hall looked at the person who spoke. The person who spoke was a young man in his 20s. He was extremely young, and he wore a loose green robe. At this moment, an old man on the left suddenly said, 1 billion. The young man immediately said, 11 billion. He directly increased it by 900 million. The old man frowned slightly when he heard this. He looked at the young man and said in a hoarse voice, "You're really generous." The young man smiled. "I have a lot of money." The old man stared fixedly at the young man. 11.5 billion. The young man immediately said, 12 billion. 12 billion. The old man's expression was quite unsightly. 12.5 billion. The young man smiled. 15 billion. 15 billion. As soon as these words were spoken, the surroundings instantly fell silent. It wasn't a small amount. Even these extraordinary powers didn't dare say that they could produce 15 billion right away. The old man's expression was unsightly to the extreme. He glanced coldly at the young man, and didn't speak another word. The young man smiled. "What? The Origin sect isn't going to continue?" The old man was the vice sect master of the Origin sect, Yuan Qiu. Yuan Qiu closed his eyes slowly and fell silent. Meanwhile, the woman on the arena walked over slowly to the young man, and she grinned. "Young master, this is yours now." The young man glanced at her, and then he withdrew a spatial ring and gave it to her. She glanced at it, and there were exactly 15 billion star god veins within it. The woman put the spatial ring away and returned to the arena. Yi Xian said, "Miss Qin Guan, do both of them belong to the Celestial Treasure Pavilion?" Qin Guan shook her head. "No, we're just helping to auction them off. We'll take a 10% commission from the sale." 10%. Yi Xian was astounded. "So you're saying that you're just helping to auction them off and get 1.5 billion star god veins for free?" Qin Guan rolled her eyes at Yi Xian. "Do you think it's as simple as helping to auction them off? We're just helping to advertise them to the entire Guanxian cosmos." Yi Xian said solemnly, "How much does it cost to advertise them?" Qin Guan thought for a moment, and then she said, "It's free." Yi Xian frowned slightly. Qin Guan giggled. "Our Celestial Treasure Pavilion is spread throughout the universe. It's free to help advertise them." "Yi Xian," Qin Guan continued, "actually, do you know why they're selling them on consignment to us? Because of our reputation. Our Celestial Treasure Pavilion has a reputation, and we won't cheat others. If they were to auction them off to others." She shook her head slightly and didn't say anything else. Yi Xian understood. Reputation. This thing was very important. Even he would choose the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Meanwhile, the woman on the platform suddenly smiled. "Everyone, let's move on to the last divine treasure." As soon as she finished speaking, she opened her palm, and there was a violet sword chest in her hand. The sword chest was 1.5 m long, as wide as an adult's body, and it was completely dark violet. The woman smiled. "The number 1 divine treasure of the ancient era, the Heaven Burial Sword Chest. It's currently ranked 6th on the Alien Divine Treasure ranking. There are 36 divine swords within it, and every single one of them is a supreme divine treasure. Besides that, There's also a super sword formation. As she spoke, she glanced at the crowd. The starting price is 10 billion. Meanwhile, the young man who was auctioning the heaven vein stone spoke abruptly. 20 billion. 20 billion. Everyone in the surroundings gazed at the young man when they heard this. The young man glanced at Yi Xian and said with a smile, "You're a sword cultivator, and you've come here today for this sword chest, right?" Yi Xian glanced at the young man. "What's wrong?" The young man roared with laughter. "Nothing. I just want to say that you're not fated to have this sword chest today. Because I'm really very, very rich." Yi Xian turned to look at Qin Guan, and Qin Guan raised a finger and said, "Go on." Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, 21 billion. Hearing this, Qin Guan was dumbfounded. Yi Xian blinked. "What's wrong?" Qin Guan moved closer to Yi Xian and said softly, 100 billion. Yi Xian was astounded. "Isn't that a little too much?" Qin Guan's beautiful brows knit together slightly. "It's just 100 billion. Is it a lot? I can easily earn a few hundred billion in a day, alright?" Yi Xian's face froze. Qin Guan grinned. "Don't be shocked. I've been uninterested in money since many years ago. Of course, I'm still interested in spending money." Yi Xian was speechless. Chapter 2209. I'm not interested in money anymore. Yi Xian fell silent. At this moment, he felt quite suffocated and uncomfortable. 21 billion? The young man roared with laughter. "Aren't you being too stingy?" As he spoke, he gazed at the woman on the platform and said heroically, 30 billion. Qin Guan, who stood by Yi Xian's side, said, "Go ahead. Do whatever you want. Do whatever you want." Yi Xian grinned. 31 billion. 31 billion. Just 100 million more. The young man gazed at Yi Xian. 40 billion. Yi Xian immediately said, 41 billion. The young man's eyes narrowed slightly. 50 billion. Yi Xian said with a smile, 51 billion. The young man stared at Yi Xian. "Do you know how much 50 billion is?" Yi Xian shook his head. "I don't." The young man stared fixedly at Yi Xian with a slightly icy cold gaze. "Why are you still shouting if you don't know?" Yi Xian was slightly puzzled. "Can't I shout if I don't have money?" The corners of everyone's mouths twitched when they heard this. "Damn it. Why are you shouting if you don't have money?" The young man turned to look at the woman on the platform. "Can I shout even if I don't have money?" The woman grinned. "Young master, you can indeed shout if you don't have money. Of course, once the deal is made, then my celestial treasure pavilion will naturally punish him if he doesn't have the money." The young man smiled. "What kind of punishment?" The woman glanced at Qin Guan, who stood by Yi Xian's side, and then she said, "It depends on the person." The others were speechless. The young man's smile instantly turned cold. "What? You won't punish him if he has a powerful background?" The woman grinned. "Young master, you can choose to continue bidding or not. If you don't, then this treasure will belong to this young master." The young man stared fixedly at the woman. "What if he doesn't have money?" The woman's expression was calm. "That's between my celestial treasure pavilion and this young master." The young man fell silent for a short while before he said, 60 billion. At the side, Yi Xian smiled and said, 61 billion. The young man stared at Yi Xian. 70 billion. Yi Xian immediately said, 71 billion. The young man turned to look at the woman on the stage. 100 billion. 100 billion. All of a sudden, the hall became quiet. This wasn't a small number. Even the superpowers of the dark observing cosmos might not be able to fork out such a sum. At the very least, they wouldn't be able to do so in a short time. Since this young man dared to shout 100 billion, he was not simple. The young man turned to look at Yi Xian and provoked, "Keep shouting." Yi Xian suddenly stood up. He stared at the young man with an ashen face. 150 billion. Everyone, seeing that Yi Xian was like an angry bull, the corners of the young man's mouth curled up slightly. 170 billion. Yi Xian suddenly said, "I don't want it." After saying that, he sat back down. Hearing this, The smile on the young man's face suddenly froze. His mind suddenly went blank. In the hall, everyone's expression also became strange. The young man stared at Yi Xian. "You're playing with me." Yi Xian was a little confused. "Brother, why do you say that? I don't have that much money, so I won't shout. Is there a problem?" The young man narrowed his eyes. "No one has ever dared to play with me like this." Yi Xian was very confused. "Didn't you say that you have nothing but money? Since you have money, why are you angry? Could it be?" At this point, Yi Xian pretended to be surprised. "Could it be that you're like me, that you have no money at all, and are just shouting nonsense?" "Everyone." The young man stared at Yi Xian. "One-on-one." Yi Xian shook his head. "Refuse." The young man said mockingly. "So cowardly?" Yi Xian thought about it and then said, "Is there any benefit in fighting you one-on-one?" "Everyone." The young man stared at Yi Xian. "You still want benefits from fighting me one-on-one?" Yi Xian said seriously. "If there's no benefit, who would fight you one-on-one? Do you have nothing better to do? If you want to fight me one-on-one, that's fine. You have a heaven meridian, so use it as a bet." Heaven meridian. The expressions of everyone in the surroundings changed when they heard this. So this young man's target is the heaven meridian. The young man looked at Yi Xian. At this moment, he realized that Yi Xian wasn't stupid, but was acting. Yi Xian was actually coveting his heaven meridian. Yi Xian smiled. "Do you want to fight me?" The young man glanced at Yi Xian. "I have a heaven meridian. What do you have?" Yi Xian opened his palm, and a stone appeared in his hand. "It's also a heaven meridian." Seeing this, the young man narrowed his eyes. "It's in your hand." Yi Xian nodded. "Do you want to fight me?" The young man was silent. Yi Xian smiled. "It's fine if you don't want to fight. If you don't want to fight, I'll sell this heaven meridian. I'll sell it for at least 200 billion star god meridians." The young man slowly clenched his right hand. He looked at Yi Xian, and no one knew what he was thinking. Everyone knew that there were 3 heaven meridian. His family had already obtained 2, and he was determined to get the 3rd one. Thinking of this, the young man looked at Yi Xian and smiled. "What's there to fight? It'll hurt our friendship. This brother, if I have offended you just now, please be magnanimous and forgive me." Yi Xian was silent. This was a little unexpected. Yi Xian actually didn't want to fight. The young man glanced at Yi Xian and retracted his gaze. He wasn't really stupid. Since this young man dared to use the heaven meridian as a bet, what did it mean? It meant that he was confident. Bear with it. At this moment, the woman on the stage slowly walked to the young man. She looked at him. "Young master, 170 billion star god meridians." Saying that, she handed the sword case to the young man. The young man was silent. The woman's expression was calm. "Young master?" The young man spoke in a low voice. "I don't have that much." The woman nodded slightly, and then she moved aside. Right at this moment, a terrifying pressure suddenly appeared here. In the next moment, a woman with a saber in her hand appeared in front of the young man. It was Shen Xiao. The young man's pupils constricted when he saw Shen Xiao, and he was astounded in his heart. The half-step profound visualization realm. This woman is actually at the half-step profound visualization realm. The Immortal Treasure Pavilion actually possesses such a terrifying expert? Shen Xiao gazed at the young man and said, "There are 3 choices. The first is to pay in full. The second is to pay 30% of the breach of contract. The third is to leave your head behind and hang it outside the hall." The young man's expression was slightly unsightly. He pointed at Yi Xian and said, "He shouted for no reason as well, and he violated the rules of the pavilion." Shen Xiao's expression was emotionless. "How do you know he doesn't have money?" The young man spoke furiously. He said it himself. Everyone heard it. Yi Xian smiled and said, "I don't have money, so I don't want it. If you don't have money, then why did you shout? You were the one who called out the final price, not me." The young man stared at Yi Xian and didn't speak. Shen Xiao gazed at the young man and said, "Make your choice." The young man fell silent for a short moment before he said, "I'll pay the penalty." The penalty was a few tens of billions. It was a huge loss. However, he didn't choose to pay in full, because 170 billion was too huge. And it was huge to the point that even his clan couldn't produce it. He wanted to run away, but Shun Xiu made him give up on this unrealistic idea. The young man opened his palm, and then a spatial ring floated slowly over to the woman on the platform. The woman received the spatial ring, and then she walked slowly over to Yi Xian and Qin Guan before she passed the spatial ring to Qin Guan. The young man's expression instantly became unsightly when he witnessed this scene. All of you from the Immortal Treasure Pavilion joined forces against me. Meanwhile, an old man on the left ridiculed. Joined forces against you? Young man, open your eyes and take a look. This is the pavilion master of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, Miss Qin Guan. You're really blind. Pavilion Master Qin Guan. The young man was slightly stunned when he heard this, and then he hurriedly cupped his fists and said, Pavilion Master Qin Guan, I'm sorry for the offense just now. Qin Guan smiled. Young master, it was you who wanted to entrap my friend first. However, you weren't able to control your actions, so you were enslaved by him instead. You only have yourself to blame. The young man lowered his head slightly and didn't dare speak another word. Qin Guan took the spatial ring from the woman and passed it to Yi Xian. It's yours. Yi Xian blinked. You're giving it to me? Qin Guan nodded. Yi Xian chuckled. How could I accept that? As he spoke, he'd already put the spatial ring away. Qin Guan rolled her eyes at Yi Xian, and then she picked up the sword chest. She sized it up carefully and said, This treasure really is extraordinary, and it just happens to be suitable for you. As she spoke, she passed the sword chest to Yi Xian. It's for you. Yi Xian gazed at Qin Guan. For me? Qin Guan nodded. For you. Yi Xian fell silent for a short while before he asked, Why? Qin Guan grinned. If you like it, then give it to me. Yi Xian fell silent for a short while before he said, All right. As he spoke, he put the sword chest away. Qin Guan stood up and said, It's time for us to part ways. Yi Xian gazed at Qin Guan with astonishment, because it was quite sudden. Qin Guan smiled. I'm going somewhere to do something. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he smiled. Then I'll see you again. Qin Guan grinned, and then she hesitated for a moment before she said, Do you want Xin Xiu to stay and help you? Yi Xian shook his head. There's no need. Qin Guan blinked. You're going to rely on yourself? Yi Xian nodded. Qin Guan smiled. Then take care of yourself. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and left. Yi Xian suddenly asked, Will we meet again? Qin Guan stopped, and she fell silent for a long time before she said, Probably not. Yi Xian was quite puzzled. Why? Qin Guan turned around to look at Yi Xian and blinked. Can I tell you the truth? Yi Xian smiled. Of course. Qin Guan remained silent for a long time before she said, Young Master Yi, to tell you the truth, I'm already outside Darkwatch Cosmos. The reason why I came back is because I want to see you. The reason why I want to see you is because you are Uncle Yang's son. Uncle Yang is a very outstanding person, because it was really very difficult for him to go from a grassroots to where he is today. I want to see his son, and see what kind of person he is. Secondly, you're this generation's man of destiny, and I want to meet this generation's man of destiny. She paused for a moment before she continued. You just asked me if we'll meet again? I said probably not, because I'm very fast, and you might not be able to catch up to me. Yi Xian was speechless. Qin Guan giggled. You're not angry, right? Yi Xian shook his head with a smile. Qin Guan suddenly walked over to Yi Xian and opened her palm, and a small wooden figure appeared in her hand. She returned the wooden figure to Yi Xian. If you can meet me again and are willing to give it to me, I'll accept it. Yi Xian looked at the wooden figure. It only represents pure friendship. Qin Guan looked at Yi Xian. Can I tell the truth? Yi Xian was speechless. Qin Guan smiled and said, I know that besides Uncle Yang, there's also an invincible man of destiny behind you, but I won't choose to make friends with you just because of those two. When I make friends, I don't look at the other person's identity or background, I only look at him. She paused for a moment before she continued. You're resourceful and sentimental, but young Master Yi, forgive me for being blunt, but your path is a little off. Yi Xian looked at Qin Guan. What do you mean? Qin Guan thought for a moment, then said, what I'm going to say next may be a little hurtful, but I don't mean any harm. I just want to help you. As she spoke, she paused for a moment before continuing. The reason you're able to live until now isn't because you're a person of heaven's will, but because of heaven's will and Uncle Yang. You know this, but you've always been avoiding it. Running away from your heart is a sign of weakness. You're not aware of this weakness in your heart. The true path of the Great Tao was to be walked by oneself and not paved by others. They paved the road for you, but you walk away with a clear conscience. This is not good. Also, you may not know this, but the reason you're able to live until now is because of destiny in the Milky Way galaxy. If it weren't for her, your story would have ended a long time ago. She shook her head slightly and sighed. Young Master Yi, not only should you walk forward, but you should also look back from time to time. Because only by looking back can you know your original intentions. The you in Qingcheng, you didn't rely on anyone, but you still lived well. At that time, your will was not weaker than your father's. But now you're just being fancy. The reason why you're being fancy is not because of your own strength, but because of destiny. Because of destiny, you have nothing to fear. She smiled slightly. I came to find you and help you. You must think that I'm trying to curry favor with Uncle Yang or destiny, right? Yi Xian was silent, clenching his fists. Qin Guan said softly, Young Master Yi, have you noticed a very serious problem? That is, most of the time, your confidence doesn't come from yourself, but from destiny. Destiny is there, so you have confidence. But don't you think this is a very sad thing? Yi Xian lowered his head slightly, thinking about something. Qin Guan put the little wooden figure in Yi Xian's hand and smiled. I don't hate second generations, but I also don't like those who look up to second generations. Young Master Yi, I look forward to meeting you again. I look forward to you finding your original heart and being yourself. The three swords aren't scary. What's scary is that you treat them as the ceiling, thinking that they can't be surpassed. The more you think that way, the more you can't surpass them. She smiled slightly. The boundary of the universe is where one's heart and feet have yet to reach. The same goes for Tao. Don't use the three swords as the boundary. Use yourself as the boundary. Young Master Yi, we will meet again someday. Then, she turned and walked out of the hall. Yi Xian was still silent. After a while, Yi Xian's aura suddenly plummeted. His cultivation level dropped again and again. In a short time, Yi Xian's cultivation level dropped to the first grade of body tempering realm. Inside the hall, the young man was stunned at first, then he laughed crazily. Ridiculous, this is ridiculous. Little swordsman is ridiculous. Your Tao heart has been destroyed. So your Tao heart has always been built on someone else, haha. Inside the hall, sighs were heard. This person's state of mind had collapsed. This person is a cripple. At the entrance of the hall, Qin Guan stopped. After a while, she sighed softly and disappeared into the distance. Inside the hall, Yi Xian suddenly smiled. Miss Qin Guan, thank you. Today, I, Yi Xian, will destroy my Tao heart. I am me. I am no longer Yang Ye's son, Qing'er's brother. I am no longer the person of destiny. I am me. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian's aura suddenly skyrocketed. Tao heart was reforged. In an instant, Yi Xian's aura reached its peak. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly disappeared on the spot. In the distance, the young man's expression changed drastically. He was about to attack when Yi Xian's sword stabbed half an inch into his forehead. Yi Xian looked straight at the young man. Come on, keep smiling. Smile until I'm satisfied. The young man. P.S. I used to be too obsessed with the monthly votes. Today, I've realized that the monthly votes are not obtained by begging. They are written. Why do I need to ask the readers? Why should I use the readers as the boundary? If I update more and write better, why should I worry about the readers not giving me the votes? Placing hope on others is the weakness of the heart. I will write well, and try to write more. You can choose the votes. Chapter 22:10. The hall was deathly silent. Yi Xian's strength had undergone a tremendous change. Actually, no matter if it was cultivating the Tao or the sword, it was all about cultivating the heart. But Yi Xian had broken through in his mental state just now. Strictly speaking, his thoughts had undergone a qualitative change. In other words, the divine shift realm. Moreover, the qualitative change in his thoughts didn't just bring about an increase in strength. The young man in front of Yi Xian had an extremely unsightly expression because he'd actually been unable to react at the instant Yi Xian attacked just now. What did this mean? It meant that Yi Xian's strength far surpassed his own. Yi Xian stared at the young man. Don't you like to smile? Why aren't you smiling anymore? The young man stared straight at Yi Xian. Kill me? As he spoke, a wisp of a smile curled up on the corners of his mouth. You have to think it through. Even though it'll feel good for a moment if you kill me now. Have you thought about the consequences? I'm not alone. I have an enormous power behind me. Yi Xian gazed at the young man. I'll let you go now, and our enmity will be settled. All right. The young man was first stunned, and then he said, all right. Yi Xian suddenly exerted force with his right hand. Hiss. The green profound sword pierced directly into the center of the young man's forehead, causing blood to spray. Everyone in the hall was shocked when they witnessed this scene. He's really going to kill me? The young man's eyes opened wide and were filled with disbelief. I said I can. Yi Xian stared at the young man. I don't believe you. As soon as he finished speaking, his green profound sword absorbed the young man's soul. And then the young man's spatial ring flew into his hand. One should never believe the words of one's enemies. If he hadn't reconstructed his Dao heart just now, then the first person to hit him while he was down would be this young man. No, the young man was already hitting him while he was down. The woman on the platform was slightly embarrassed. What should I do? After all, fighting isn't allowed in this hall. But Yi Xian wasn't an ordinary person. She could only act as if she hadn't seen it. Yi Xian took the young man's spatial ring, and then he turned around and left. Inside the hall, the experts were all looking at Yi Xian curiously. Yi Xian walked out of the hall, looked up at the sky, and fell into deep thought. Confidence. Qin Guan reminded him that he had been neglecting a problem. His confidence was built on Qing'er. As long as Qing'er was alive, he would always be alive. The more he thought about it, the more useless he became. Back in Qingcheng, at that time, there was no father, no Qing'er. Didn't he also fight his way out? In life, one needed some opportunities, and the help of some benefactors. However, if one placed all their hopes on opportunities and benefactors, wouldn't that be putting the cart before the horse? In Qingcheng at that time, he was just Yi Xian. But now he was the son of Green Shirt Swordmaster and Tianming's older brother. Thinking of this, Yi Xian could not help but sigh. These identities were actually a kind of restraint. Now when people talked about his father, they would give him a thumbs up. One of the three swords, invincible in his generation. Countless years later, when people talked about him, what would they say about him? Green Shirt Swordmaster's son? Brother Tianming? Second generation? Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. One must know one's place. Humans could be shameless, they could be flashy, but they had to have strength. His father was shameless, but no one said anything about him. Why? Because his father had strength. After a long time, Yi Xian opened his eyes and walked into the distance. Invincible in the three swords? No one was born invincible. If his father, Qing'er, and big brother could be invincible, why couldn't he? At that moment, Yi Xian's state of mind underwent an earth-shattering change. In his heart, the three swords were no longer unattainable. Surpass. He had the heart to surpass them. He knew that surpassing the three swords was extremely difficult, but he would do it. He would make it his life's goal, and fight for it for the rest of his life. Suddenly, the space-time in front of Yi Xian trembled, and then a middle-aged man walked out slowly. It was the patriarch of the spirit demon clan, Mu Su. Mu Su gazed at Yi Xian. Pavilion Master Qin has left Darkwatch Cosmos, and no one will protect you anymore. You. Before he could finish, a sword pierced the center of his forehead. Boom. Mu Su's body froze, and his eyes were wide with disbelief. Yi Xian walked slowly to Mu Su and looked up at the horizon. A moment later he swung his sword, and Mu Su's head shot into the sky, smashed through space-time, and entered an unknown stellar region. A middle-aged man stood in the middle of that unknown stellar domain. The southern region's lord of 5 elements. Yi Xian stared at the Lord of Five Elements and smiled. You're the Lord of Five Elements at any rate, yet you keep sending nobodies like him to cause trouble for me. What's the point of that? Come on, let's fight. Once I die, both my heavenly veins will be yours. He was challenging the Lord of Five Elements. In the starry sky, the Lord of Five Elements looked down at Yi Xian without saying a word. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man walked out from behind the Lord of Five Elements and looked down at Yi Xian. Who do you think you are? Are you even worthy of challenging my lord? As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot. Hiss. A huge crack was suddenly torn in the sky, and a shadow swooped down from the crack, heading straight for Yi Xian. Yi Xian slowly held the hilt of his sword with his right hand, closed his eyes, and placed his right foot on the ground. A moment later, he suddenly opened his eyes and exerted force with his right foot to draw his sword and shoot up into the sky. Hiss! A ray of light tore through the sky. H! A shrill and miserable cry suddenly resounded in the sky. In the next moment, a bloody head fell slowly from the sky. It was the middle-aged man's head. The Divine Shift Realm. Someone exclaimed with shock. The Divine Shift Realm. After all, the highest known realm of cultivation was the Visualization Realm. And the Visualization Realm was above the Divine Shift Realm. It could be said that the Divine Shift Realm was the pinnacle of the Visualization Realm. He attained the Divine Shift Realm at such a young age? Countless people in the shadows were extremely shocked. The eyes of the Lord of Five Elements narrowed. At this moment he was quite shocked as well, because he hadn't expected that Yi Xian had actually attained the Divine Shift Realm. Yi Xian sheathed his sword, and then he looked up at the Lord of Five Elements. The heavenly veins were given to me by Senior Primordial. What right do you have to seize them from me? As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly drew his sword and slashed. Oem! A sword hell shot into the sky, and then a ray of light tore through the sky and slashed down towards the Lord of Five Elements. The Lord of Five Elements remained expressionless as he slowly pressed his right hand down. In an instant, a strand of flame swept out from the surroundings, and it instantly enveloped Yi Xian's ray of light. Bang! Yi Xian's ray of light was instantly incinerated into nothingness by the flames. At the same time, the entire starry sky turned illusory. Moreover, the temperature within Yedu City suddenly rose explosively, and it was so hot that it seemed like the entire city was on the verge of melting. Countless people hurriedly fled the city. The Lord of Five Elements stared at Yi Xian. You've really surprised me, because I never imagined that you would actually be able to attain the Divine Shift Realm in such a short period of time. Looks like I shouldn't have been worried about Pavilion Master Qin, and should have just killed you. Yi Xian grinned. It's not too late now. The Lord of Five Elements nodded. Indeed, it's not too late. With that, he suddenly slammed his right hand down, and in an instant, a pillar of fire fell straight down from the starry sky. Bang! In an instant, the mysterious starry sky where the Lord of Five Elements resided began to melt. Countless people in the city fled in a frenzy. As long as that pillar of fire fell, it didn't matter if Yi Xian could block it or not. Yedu City would be destroyed. Below, Yi Xian stared fixedly at the pillar of fire without a trace of fear in his eyes. When the pillar of fire entered the sky above Yedu City, he suddenly vanished on the spot. Everyone watched as a ray of sword light shot into the sky and slashed at the pillar of fire. Bang! The pillar of fire shook violently, and in the next moment it exploded. At the same time, a bolt of lightning fell straight down towards Yi Xian's head. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Instead of retreating, he charged into the sky and slashed at the bolt of lightning. Bang! With a loud explosion, countless arcs of lightning and sword light sputtered everywhere. The entire sky was instantly torn into nothingness, and Yi Xian was also sent crashing into the ground by the powerful force. As soon as he landed, the ground beneath Yi Xian's feet collapsed and turned into a giant abyss. In the starry sky, the Lord of Five Elements looked down at Yi Xian. That's it. Below, Yi Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked up at the Lord of Five Elements. In the next moment he suddenly disappeared. Chi. 3 rays of sword light suddenly appeared above the Lord of Five Elements' head. 3 swords as one. Seeing this, the Lord of Five Elements narrowed his eyes, and a trace of seriousness flashed through his eyes. Changing from offense to defense, he pressed his right hand in front of him, and a giant shield of fire appeared in front of him. Bang! Under the 3 slashes, the shield of fire collapsed, and the Lord of 5 Elements retreated several thousand feet. Yi Xian looked at the Lord of 5 Elements. That's it. That's it. The Lord of 5 Elements' expression instantly turned ferocious, and he gazed at Yi Xian. I don't care who's standing behind you. I'll definitely kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, he spread his palms apart, and then countless arcs of lightning instantly condensed between his palms. As soon as they appeared, the starry sky around them started to tremble. In the distance, Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. His left hand gripped the Qingxian sword tightly. The Lord of 5 Elements suddenly vanished on the spot. An enormous pillar of lightning tore through the surroundings and obliterated everything in its path. Yi Xian suddenly drew his sword and slashed. Draw the sword to decide life and death. In an instant, Yi Xian overlapped tens of thousands of attacks. Rumble. The enormous pillar of lightning was instantly slashed apart. Meanwhile, the Lord of 5 Elements suddenly flashed over to Yi Xian, and then he smashed his fist against Yi Xian's stomach. At practically the exact same moment, Yi Xian's sword swept through the Lord of 5 Elements' throat. Bang! Hiss! Both of them retreated explosively. As soon as Yi Xian stopped, his body had been completely obliterated, and only his soul remained. As soon as the Lord of 5 Elements stopped, his body had been completely obliterated as well, and only his soul remained. Both sides had suffered heavy losses. The Lord of 5 Elements glanced at his soul, clenched his right hand tightly, and had an extremely unsightly expression on his face. A young man had actually destroyed his body. It was an utter humiliation. The Lord of 5 Elements gazed at Yi Xian, and then he slowly closed his eyes. 5 elements of the world, heed my command. Condense. In an instant, countless strands of the 5 elements in the world converged towards the Lord of 5 Elements. Bang! The entire river of stars seethed. Yi Xian fell silent for a moment, and then he said, Experts should stop when it comes to a fight. Farewell. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and vanished. The Lord of 5 Elements was stunned. I've been holding back my ultimate move. You ran? The Lord of 5 Elements had an extremely unsightly expression on his face. He waved his right hand, and the strands of the 5 elements that had converged towards him were instantly dispersed. However, space in front of him suddenly split apart, and then a ray of light slashed towards him. Sever the future. It was a single slash of the future. This was also a sword attack that Yi Xian had used all of his strength. The Lord of 5 Elements' pupils constricted. This sudden turn of events had caught him completely off guard, and he could only passively defend himself. He raised his hands in front of his chest, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body, forming a defensive barrier. Bang! The barrier shattered, and a sword pierced through the Lord of 5 Elements' forehead. The powerful force of the sword sent the Lord of 5 Elements' soul flying tens of thousands of feet away. At this moment, Yi Xian appeared in front of the Lord of 5 Elements. Xiao Ta suddenly said, Young Lord, didn't you say that you weren't going to be flashy anymore? Yi Xian asked. Did I call for help? Xiao Ta said. No. Yi Xian asked again. I didn't rely on my father, and I didn't rely on my sister. I killed him with my own strength. What right do you have to say that I'm flashy? Who said that fighting must be based on martial ethics? Who said that fighting can't be done with one's brain? Xiao Ta? Chapter 22:11. In front of Yi Xian, the Lord of 5 Elements was in a daze. Defeated? He never thought that he would be defeated. Moreover, he was defeated by the person he had once regarded as an ant. The Lord of 5 Elements suddenly looked at Yi Xian and roared. I refuse to accept this. Of course he refused to accept this. He had not even used his ultimate move, and was killed by Yi Xian. How could he accept this? The Lord of 5 Elements glared at Yi Xian. If you have the ability, then defeat me fair and square. Don't you think it's shameful to play such dirty tricks? You. Before he could finish, the green profound sword suddenly trembled and began to absorb his soul. At this moment, A terrifying aura suddenly came from the distant sky. The Lord of Five Elements looked up, his eyes burning with hope of survival. He roared, "Lawmaster, save me!" In the depths of the starry sky, an old voice suddenly sounded. "Leave him." At the side, Yi Xian's eyelids twitched and he pressed down with his right hand. Boom! The green profound sword gave up on absorbing and instantly erased the Lord of Five Elements' soul. His soul was completely destroyed. The Lord of Five Elements. At this moment, a terrifying aura appeared in the sky above Yi City. Then, an old man appeared in front of everyone. The Lawmaster of the southern region. He controlled at least 70% of the laws in the world, and his strength was unfathomable. The Lawmaster looked at Yi Xian with a gloomy expression. Yi Xian smiled sheepishly. "So it's the Lawmaster." The Lawmaster stared at Yi Xian. "You know me?" Yi Xian nodded. "Who in the world doesn't know the Lawmaster? To be honest, I've admired you for many years." The Lawmaster looked at Yi Xian. "Just now, you knew that I wanted to save him, so you deliberately killed him before I finished speaking. Are you trying to give me a way out, or are you trying to give yourself a way out?" Yi Xian smiled. "The Lord of Five Elements tried to kill me and I killed him instead. Is there a problem with that?" The Dharma Lord stared at Yi Xian. "What I'm saying now is that you knew that I wanted to save him, but you deliberately killed him before I arrived." "You." Yi Xian suddenly interrupted the Dharma Master. "Who do you think you are?" Everyone's faces were filled with astonishment. How could this guy change his attitude faster than flipping a book? Yi Xian looked at the Dharma Master and smiled. "Do you really think you're a master just because I call you senior? What does it have to do with you who I want to kill? My father doesn't care about me. Do I need you to care about me?" As soon as he finished speaking, he drew his sword and slashed at the Lawmaster. "I've given you a way out, but you don't want to take it. Then die. Just do it. As long as one lives in this world, one shouldn't suffer any grievances." Seeing Yi Xian directly attack, the experts in the dark were all dumbfounded. This young man was a reckless person. Anyone would dare to do it. The Lawmaster's eyes turned cold when he saw Yi Xian attack. He suddenly waved his right hand, and a mysterious law swept down from the sky. Boom! The law had appeared. In the dark, the experts' expressions changed drastically. It should be pointed out that the person in front of them was the Lawmaster. He controlled at least 70% of the laws in the dark universe. And these laws were not ordinary laws. Every law represented a type of rule. And they possessed the terrifying power to destroy the heavens and earth. In the sky, Yi Xian also sensed the terrifying power of that law. It made his heart palpitate. At this time he had no way out. He could only bite the bullet and attack. Yi Xian's sword slashed at the law. Chi. Under everyone's gaze, the law was directly torn apart and then shattered. But Yi Xian was completely unharmed. Everyone was dumbfounded. The Lawmaster's face was also filled with disbelief. His law was directly destroyed? He did not go easy on him, right? Not only everyone, but Yi Xian was also somewhat dumbfounded. What was going on? Had he become so powerful? Soon he thought of something. The green profound sword. Damn. The green profound sword could break all laws and Daos in the world. He had actually forgotten about this. Yi Xian looked at the green profound sword in his hand in silence. The green profound sword could break all laws. In other words, although his cultivation level was not as high as the Lawmaster's, his sword had the effect of restraining the Lawmaster. Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Young master, don't tell me you don't want to use the green profound sword?" After a moment of silence, Yi Xian said, "No need." As he spoke, he opened his palm. The green profound sword transformed into a ray of sword light, and returned to Xiao Ta's body. Yi Xian looked at the Lawmaster in the sky. He opened his palm and an ordinary sword appeared in it. The Lawmaster stared at Yi Xian with a gloomy expression. "Are you looking down on the old man?" With his eyesight, he could naturally see that the green profound sword was extraordinary. However, he did not expect that Yi Xian would actually keep the sword. Was he looking down on the Lawmaster? Below, Yi Xian pointed the sword at the Lawmaster. "Let's fight again." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly disappeared. Buzz. The sound of a sword suddenly soared into the sky and shook the heavens and earth. In the sky, A trace of hostility flashed in the Lawmaster's eyes. He took a step forward and pressed his right hand down. Boom. With this pressure, the starry sky turned upside down and pressed down. Starry sky law. It could control thousands of starry skies. As the starry sky pressed down, in an instant, the expressions of all the experts in Yedu changed dramatically. This was not just aimed at Yi Xian, but the entire Yedu. If it fell, the entire Yedu city would be annihilated. Below, a trace of hostility flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. He slowly closed his eyes and his body gradually became illusory. Time and space distorted. At the same time, he suddenly drew his sword and slashed. Life and death were decided by drawing the sword. Buzz. The sword's cry suddenly resounded throughout the universe. Boom. As soon as Yi Xian swung his sword, the starry sky that was hanging upside down became illusory. However, Yi Xian was also sent flying hundreds of thousands of feet away. As soon as he stopped, he fell into an unknown and mysterious space-time abyss. In the space-time abyss, streams of terrifying and mysterious energy kept corroding him. Yi Xian ignored the corrosive force. He looked up at the Lawmaster in the distance. The Lawmaster's mouth twitched. That's it. How dare you look down on me? You. Before he finished speaking, a sword light suddenly slashed down from above his head. Slash the future. Boom. The Lawmaster was directly slashed tens of thousands of feet away by this sudden sword. Yi Xian, who had merged with space-time, could slash the future and the past silently. Even experts at the level of the Lawmaster could not feel the changes in space-time. As soon as the Lawmaster stopped, another sword slashed down. Slash the future again. The Lawmaster narrowed his eyes. He suddenly opened his palm, and a rule floated up from his palm. Boom. Yi Xian's sword was directly blocked by this rule. However, another sword arrived. One sword followed the other. Each sword was faster than the one before. Each sword was stranger than the one before. In the battlefield, the Lawmaster kept retreating. In the face of Yi Xian's strange swords, he could only passively defend because he did not know when these swords would fly out. He could only react when they flew out. At this time, he had already lost the opportunity to take the initiative to attack. In the battlefield, Yi Xian's flying swords increased in number. All of them slashed the future. This was not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was that there were still swords that slashed the past. With his current attainments in space-time, whether it was the future or the past, he could make the swords appear at any time. In fact, he had never tried this before. When he was fighting with the Lawmaster just now, this idea suddenly appeared in his mind. 3 swords in one. No, he wanted to play around. He wanted to use one sword at a time. However, he would not only use 3 swords. He wanted to use countless swords. As for the consumption, he now had tens of billions of star divine veins. He could afford it. If he did not have these star divine veins, he would not have dared to play like this. In fact, if he replaced these swords with the profound azure sword, their power would be even more terrifying. However, he still did not use the profound azure sword. In the battlefield, the Lawmaster was still being suppressed. This time, he had retreated hundreds of thousands of feet. As for Yi Xian, he did not dare to stop. Once he stopped, the Lawmaster would definitely counterattack. He was also rather wary of the Lawmaster's mysterious laws. The more Yi Xian fought, the more excited he became. Although he did not have the profound azure sword, his aura grew stronger and stronger. Now he was completely suppressing the Lawmaster. The powerhouses hidden in the shadows were all shocked. Yi Xian was only at the Divine Change realm, but he could suppress the Lawmaster, one of the superpowers of the Southern Territory. This was too unbelievable. It must be known that the Lawmaster was at least half a step into the Observer realm. Do not underestimate this half step. This half step was a gap that countless people would never be able to cross in their entire lives. At this moment, Yi Xian, who was in the sky, suddenly disappeared. He was multitasking. Not only was he crazily executing the past and the future, but he was also executing the present. The moment Yi Xian disappeared, the Lawmaster's pupils suddenly shrank. He could only watch as Yi Xian's sword slashed towards him. At this moment, he was not only facing Yi Xian's sword, but also countless swords from the past and the future. If an ordinary person faced such a terrifying sword, they would have been decapitated long ago. The Lawmaster suddenly roared angrily. 10,000 techniques. As soon as he said this, the power of countless laws suddenly surged out of his body. These laws formed a protective barrier around his body. However, these laws could only barely block Yi Xian's swords. This was because Yi Xian's swords had reached a qualitative change. Not only that, but his consciousness and thoughts had also reached the divine change realm. If the Lawmaster was truly at the observer realm, he could easily break through. Unfortunately, he wasn't. He was only half a step into the observer realm. Seeing that his 10,000 techniques still couldn't block Yi Xian's swords, the Lawmaster suddenly raised his head and roared. Time Master. This person has disrupted space-time and can travel to the past and the future at will. Are you really not going to stop him? He knew that the reason Yi Xian was using these strange swords was because Yi Xian had disrupted time. The Tao of time was not under his control, so he couldn't do anything to Yi Xian. However, he knew that the Time Master could restrain Yi Xian. The Time Master. The Lawmaster's voice passed through layers of space-time, and finally reached the southern side of the Dark Observer universe. A moment later, a voice suddenly rang out from within the divine court of time. Who dares to disrupt time? Are you tired of living? As soon as the voice finished, a figure shot into the sky, straight into the clouds. His speed increased, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in the sky above Yi City. This person was the Time Master. The Time Master's expression was extremely gloomy. Who dares to disrupt space-time? Are you tired of living? Ha! The Lawmaster pointed angrily at Yi Xian in the distance. That's the one. Before he could finish speaking, more swords slashed at him, interrupting him. The Time Master turned to look at Yi Xian. When he saw Yi Xian, his expression froze. Suddenly, he felt his legs turn to jelly in the distance. The Lawmaster, who had been forced into a desperate situation by the swords, suddenly roared. Why aren't you killing him? The Time Master. P.S. Work hard to save up. I'll surprise everyone next time. Chapter 22:12. It had to be said that the Time Master was stunned. Wasn't that young Master Yi? Before he came, he had some doubts. Who was disrupting space-time? After all, he would be the first to know if someone was disrupting space-time. But when he saw Yi Xian, he understood. Because Yi Xian had the nomological rules he had gifted him, Yi Xian's disrupting space-time was equivalent to his permission. Therefore, the space-time Tao did not give him any feedback. Of course, this was not the main point. The main point was that this was young Master Yi. Kill young Master Yi? Was this Lawmaster crazy? Seeing that the Time Master was stunned, the Lawmaster who was struggling in the distance shouted angrily. Time Master, what are you waiting for? The Time Master looked at the Lawmaster coldly. What are you shouting for? Do I know you that well? Lawmaster, I don't know you that well. Hearing this, the Lawmaster's eyes widened. He did not understand the situation. You, the Time Master said angrily. What about you? Don't talk to me. The old man does not know you. The Lawmaster was speechless. At this moment, the space-time in the distance suddenly split open. The next moment, a huge Tao character flashed out from the split space. Boom. In an instant, the surrounding starry sky boiled and tumbled. Tao nomological rules. In the distance, Yi Xian's pupils suddenly shrank. He turned around, put his palms together, and slashed forward. A ray of sword chi slashed out from his palm. Boom. The sword light shattered and Yi Xian retreated. In the distance, the sword light around the Lawmaster disappeared. The Lawmaster was able to escape. After Yi Xian stopped, his face instantly darkened. Damn, he did not care about martial ethics. Here comes another one. In the distance, the space-time split open and an old man slowly walked out. The old man wore a black long-sleeved robe. His hair and beard were all white, and his eyes were as sharp as knives. The Lawmaster, the other super big shot of the southern region, and the strongest of the four masters. He controlled 70% of the world's Tao nomological rules. The Lawmaster looked at Yi Xian coldly. At that moment, The Time Master hurriedly walked up to Yi Xian. Yi. Young Master Yi, are you alright? Yi Xian glanced at the Time Master and said, You won't join forces with them to fight me, right? The Time Master shook his head. I'm not familiar with them. I'm really not familiar with them. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, Senior, don't do that. I don't rely on my younger sister anymore. The Time Master glanced at Yi Xian. F***ck, I don't believe you. In the distance, the Law Master suddenly shouted angrily. Time Master, what is the meaning of this? The Time Master looked coldly at the Law Master. What does my intentions have to do with you? The Dharma Master glared at the Master of Time. He has disrupted time and space. Are you blind? The Time Master said angrily. You think he can just because you say so? The Dharma Master was stunned. Then he said, Everyone saw how he disrupted the past and future just now. The Time Master was expressionless. I didn't see anything. The Law Master was speechless. The Time Master said, So what if he disrupted time and space? Who made the rule that time and space cannot be reversed? The Law Master stared at the Time Master. You made the rule. The Time Master said angrily, From now on, this rule is invalid for young Master Yi. Young Master Yi can do whatever he wants as long as he's happy. The crowd was speechless. Yi Xian was speechless. The Law Master looked at the Time Master with an ugly expression. Is there something wrong with your brain? The Time Master ignored the Law Master and looked at Yi Xian with a smile. Young Master Yi, will you come with me to the Time Court? Yi Xian glanced at the Path Master and the Law Master in the distance. In the distance, the Tao Lord and Dharma Master said, I'll give you trouble, right? The Time Master shook his head. No trouble, no trouble. The Path Master suddenly said, Gong Fu, I'm a little confused. The Time Master turned to the Path Master. Path Master, this matter doesn't seem to have anything to do with you. Why do you have to interfere? The Path Master smiled. You know, Law and Tao are one family. The Time Master was silent. The Path Master smiled. Gong Fu, although we're not friends, we're friends. Can you not interfere in this matter? The Time Master shook his head. No. The Path Master narrowed his eyes. Can you give me an explanation? The Time Master said calmly, You won't believe me even if I tell you. Why bother explaining? I'll always be with young Master Yi. The crowd was speechless. Yi Xian hesitated and said, Senior, I don't rely on my sister anymore. The Time Master nodded. I understand. I understand. Yi Xian was speechless. In the distance, the Law Master was furious. He was about to attack but was stopped by the Path Master. He could see that something was wrong. The Path Master looked at Yi Xian and said, Let's go. With that he turned and left. The Dharma Lord hesitated for a moment, then hurriedly followed. After the Law Master and the Path Master left, the Time Master turned to look at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, come with me to the Time Court. Yi Xian smiled. Senior, I won't go to the Time Court. I don't want to cause you trouble. The Time Master was displeased. Young Master Yi, what are you saying? It's too distant between us to talk about these things. Yi Xian was speechless. The Time Master said, Don't worry, young Master Yi. Whether it's the Law Master or the Path Master, the Time Court will face them together with you. The Time Court is willing to live and die with young Master Yi. Yi Xian was speechless. If it was in the past he would be overjoyed. But now he was thinking too much. He and his sword alone. He didn't need to rely on anyone. At this point, Yi Xian smiled. I appreciate Senior's good intentions, but I won't be going to the Time Court. The Time Master hesitated for a moment before he said, Young Master Yi, the Law Master and the Path Master are not to be underestimated. Especially the Path Master. His strength is so great that even I am much weaker than him. Now that the two of them have joined forces, Yi Xian smiled. I understand Senior's good intentions. But I really won't be going to the Time Court. I have my own path to walk. Senior will meet again. As soon as he finished speaking, he cupped his fists, turned around, and rode his sword into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he vanished into the horizon. He'd finally rebuilt his Tao heart with great difficulty. He didn't want to be taken back to be a backer again. The Time Master was silent for a long time. Come. As soon as he finished speaking, an old man appeared behind him. The Time Master looked up into the sky. Summon all the experts of the Time Court. Also, keep an eye on young Master Ye's whereabouts. The old man hesitated for a moment. Master, doesn't young Master Yi need our help? The Time Master said angrily. Fool, young Master Yi is too embarrassed to say it. In his heart he wants us to help, understand? Yi Xian. The old man wanted to say something but stopped. The Time Master continued. In any case, I'm going to cling to young Master Yi. The old man. The news that Yi Xian killed the Lord of Five Elements in Yedu City quickly spread throughout the Dark Temple cosmos. Yi Xian's name swept through the entire Dark Temple cosmos like a sudden clap of thunder. Thousand Chance City. Tianmu sat silently in the main hall of the city lord's mansion. An old man stood in front of him. The old man said after a long silence, Master, do you want revenge? Tianmu shook his head. The old man wanted to say something but stopped. Tianmu said softly, that young man can kill the Lord of Five Elements, so he can kill me. Moreover, as far as I know, the Time Master calls him young Master Yi. For him, the Time Master is willing to become enemies with the Path Master and the Law Master. As he spoke, he shook his head. His strength is already at the top of this world. His background must be so terrifying that we can't imagine it. If he goes to seek revenge, my Thousand Chance City will be gone. The old man was silent. Tianmu walked slowly to the door and looked at the distant sky. He said softly, the Great Tao is like 1,000 sails and 100 barges. On this Great Tao, millions of cultivators compete, and the brave wins. If that young man is weak and has no background, he would have died when he fought with my son that day. As he spoke, he shook his head. That day, the Pavilion Master told me that killing my son is helping Thousand Chance City. When I heard that, I thought she was humiliating me. Now it seems that she was right. She is indeed helping Thousand Chance City. As he spoke, he turned and walked into the hall. At this moment, he suddenly became much older. The old man sighed softly. On a certain mountain peak, the Path Master and the Law Master stood side by side. The Law Master's expression was extremely ugly. The battle with Yi Xian was already a humiliation to him. The Path Master suddenly said, You are going to kill him not for the Lord of Five Elements, but to obtain the 2 veins of the sky from that young man. Am I right? The Law Master was honest. Yes. As he spoke, he looked at the Path Master. Perhaps not just 2, but 3. Moreover, as far as I know, he has the Heaven Burial Sword box and a terrifying divine sword. In addition, he has tens of billions of star divine veins. The Path Master was silent. He did not care about the Heaven Burial Sword box. He was a little interested in the divine sword, but he was most interested in the veins of the sky. As long as he obtained 3, he might be able to reach the legendary observer state. This was what he cared about the most. After a while, the Path Master said softly, That young man is not simple. The Law Master was expressionless. So what? There are 3 veins of the sky. He has 2 now, or even 3. If we kill him, we can obtain 3 veins of the sky. When the 3 veins of the sky are gathered, it will be time for us to change our destiny. The Path Master was silent. The Law Master continued. The reason why the Time Master is helping that young man is probably because of the veins of the sky. If he obtains 3 veins of the sky, then the Master of the Southern region will not be you, but the Time Master. Hearing this, the Path Master frowned slightly. Cultivation was about being invincible and living forever, but it was also about one's desires. Being invincible and living forever were all desires. Cultivation was not about clearing one's heart of desires. It was about satisfying one's inner desires. After a while, the Path Master said, Let's discuss this further. Hearing this, the Path Master's lips curled up slightly. He knew that no one could resist the temptation of 3 veins of the sky. On a certain mountain peak, Yi Xian sat on the ground with his legs crossed. The Qingxian sword floated quietly beside him. Xiao Ta suddenly said, Young Master, why did you reject the Time Master? I think you can join forces with him and fight. Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm, and Xiaotao appeared in it. Yi Xian looked at Small Tower, and sighed in a low voice. Half of the credit goes to you for my flashy ways. Then he shook his head. Xiaotao misled me. Today, I will destroy the tower to stabilize my Dao heart. Xiaotao, have a safe journey. Then he pointed the Qingxian sword at Xiaotao. Xiaotao. Chapter 22:13. F***CK. Xiaotao was so frightened that he jumped out. Young master, you have to calm down. Calm down. Yi Xian laughed out loud. With a thought, the Qingxian sword returned to the small pagoda. Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground again, and slowly closed his eyes. Seeing that Yi Xian had no intention of destroying the tower to stabilize his Taoist heart, Xiaotao breathed a sigh of relief. It had to admit that its young master was indeed different. On top of the mountain, Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground, allowing the gentle breeze to caress his body. Calm. Focus. Now he had one more thing. Enlightening the heart. What was enlightening the heart? It was to look straight into one's heart. He had done this before, but he had not done it thoroughly. Just as Qing Guan had said, along the way, Qing had paved the way for him. So he walked with a clear conscience. Was the great path paved by others? Of course not. Running away from one's heart was a sign of weakness. Inner weakness. Not only did one have to walk forward, but one also had to look back. Only by looking back could one always remember one's original intention. Qing had once said, if one's original intention did not change, one would be invincible. Original intention. Yi Xian opened his eyes and looked toward the horizon. What was his original intention? Was it to be a flashy second-generation heir? Whenever something happened, it would be either his father or Qing. Yi Xian laughed at himself. Suddenly he hated his past self. Yi Xian stood up and said softly, from today on, I will not use Xiaotao to cultivate, and I will not use the azure sword anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, the Qingxian sword entered the small tower with a thought. Boom. A sword will suddenly surged out of Yi Xian's body. Like a tidal wave, it instantly filled the sky. His Taoist heart was solidified. Soul suddenly said in a trembling voice, Young lord, don't you want me anymore? Yi Xian smiled. No, I just want to work hard. I want you to be proud of me one day, and not the other way around. After a long silence, Soul said, I'll wait for you. Yi Xian laughed. He opened his palm and the Heaven Burial Sword case appeared in his hand. Looking at the Heaven Burial Sword case in his hand, he fell silent. Qing Guan had given it to him. Inside there were 12 super divine swords. Although they were not as good as the Qingxian sword, there were many of them. Moreover, there was also a sword formation. If he used it, he was confident that he could kill that Dharma master in a short time with the green Xian sword. After a long time, Yi Xian put away the Heaven Burial Sword case. Xiaotao suddenly said, Young lord, don't you need it? Yi Xian smiled. I'll return it to Miss Qing Guan when I see her in the future. Xiaotao was puzzled. Why? Yi Xian smiled. I shouldn't have taken something from her for free. I was too thick-skinned back then. Xiaotao. After putting away the sword case, Yi Xian entered Xiaotao and arrived in front of Enlancio. Enlancio had already entered a meditative state. He had given both veins of the heavens to Enlancio to study. Yi Xian glanced at the 2 veins of the heavens in front of him. In the end, he did not choose to study them. Right now, he only wanted to stabilize his sword heart and Dao heart. At this moment, Yi Xian frowned slightly. In the next moment, he left the small pagoda. As soon as he left the small pagoda, the space and time in the distant sky split open, and a mysterious black-robed man slowly walked out. Boom. In an instant, the entire world became illusory. Half-step observer state. Yi Xian looked the mysterious black-robed man in the eyes. You're not a Dharma lord or a Tao lord. You're the clansman of that youth with the heavens. A trace of surprise flashed through the black-robed man's eyes. He sized up Yi Xian and said, Divine transformation. Yi Xian nodded slightly and raised his thumb. OM. The sword in his hand suddenly shot into the sky and slashed at the black-robed man. The black-robed man's eyes narrowed slightly as he took a step forward and pointed a finger forward. Crack! As soon as the finger descended, the space in an area of a few million kilometers instantly split open. Countless mountains were reduced to powder, and the ground cracked. Boom! The sword in Yi Xian's hand broke into pieces. The black-robed man looked at Yi Xian. Aren't we going to have a chat before we fight? Yi Xian nodded slightly. I'm sorry, I've been a little arrogant lately. I want to fight just because of a disagreement. Since you want to chat, then let's chat. The black-robed man said. The heavens belong to my clan. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. The Dao clan. The black-robed man frowned slightly. Young man, being too smart isn't a good thing most of the time. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, according to what I know, you've already destroyed the forbidden grounds of the ruins of God in the Eastern Territory. However, you didn't attack. Moreover, you've even sealed off the news. Let me guess, you're either facing some sort of difficulty or plotting something, right? The black-robed man gazed at Yi Xian without saying a word. Yi Xian smiled. I'm not interested in the enmity between your Dao clan and the Dark Observer Cosmos. The black-robed man said. You killed our people and even seized a heavenly vein. Yi Xian replied with a question. He wanted to kill me, so I killed him instead. What's wrong with that? The black-robed man fell silent for a moment before he said, according to what I know, you have another heavenly vein. Yi Xian nodded. The black-robed man slowly clenched his right fist. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Do you want to fight? The black-robed man nodded. I have no choice. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly stomped his right foot against the ground. Rumble. In an instant, everything in the surroundings was destroyed. A strand of terrifying force swept down from the sky and tore everything into pieces. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. At the same time, his body started to become ethereal. Suddenly, a sword passed through the terrifying force and slashed down towards the black-robed man. Future slash. He'd already attacked while they were chatting just now. Chat with you? Sure, but I have to attack first. The sudden attack caught the black-robed old man off guard. However, his reaction was extremely swift, and he immediately smashed his fist forward. He was going head-on against it. Bang! The sword light shattered, and the black-robed man retreated repeatedly. However, he hadn't stopped, and he slashed down once more. No, it wasn't just a single strike, it was numerous strikes. Moreover, it wasn't just future slash, it was past slash as well. Each strike was more mysterious than the last. The black-robed man's expression instantly changed when he witnessed this scene. On the other hand, the terrifying force that the black-robed man emanated had been slashed into pieces by Yi Xian. Numerous rays of light appeared incessantly around the black-robed man, and every single one of them was extremely mysterious and impossible to guard against. Under such circumstances, the black-robed man was pushed back incessantly by the attacks of these swords. He could only defend passively, because Yi Xian's attacks were continuous, and they appeared without the slightest sign. Especially when future slashes intersected with past slashes. It was truly too exhausting, because he could only react after the swords appeared, and such a situation required a high degree of concentration. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly vanished on the spot. The black-robed man's pupils constricted, and he suddenly pressed his palms together. Soul emerge. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, he abandoned his body, and his soul floated over 10 kilometers away. At the same time, his body exploded into pieces. Bang! An expanse of light was blasted back. Yi Xian returned to where he stood earlier, and then he raised his head to look at the black-robed man. He was quite surprised that the black-robed man had abandoned his body. Meanwhile, the black-robed man slowly clenched his right fist, and then the space around him instantly became illusory. The river of space and time had appeared. After the long river of time had shown up, Yi Xian's slash of the past and slash of the future were still weird, but they were traceable. After all, Yi Xian was still within space. The black-robed man slowly clenched his right fist, and it didn't take long for his body to be reconstructed at a visible speed. In the distance, Yi Xian frowned slightly. How could they do that? It didn't take long for the black-robed man's body to be restored. Of course, it was different from his original body. After all, it had just been reconstructed. The black-robed man gazed at Yi Xian. "That sword of yours." He hadn't finished speaking when Yi Xian suddenly appeared in front of him. And then an expanse of light swept down like a waterfall. Hiss. The surrounding space started to be obliterated as soon as he swung his sword. The black-robed man narrowed his eyes, and then he clenched his right fist. In an instant, boundless energy condensed in his palm, and then he punched upwards. Head-on. Bang. An expanse of light suddenly erupted, and then the black-robed man fell straight down from the sky. However, Yi Xian didn't stop there. He continued charging down and swung his sword. Hiss. An expanse of light tore down from the sky. A wisp of viciousness flashed through the black-robed man's eyes. He clenched his fists, and then he transformed into a white light that shot up into the sky. Clang. Rumble. A deafening explosion suddenly resounded in the sky, and then the black-robed man fell straight down from the sky. The speed at which he fell was even faster than before, and he fell into an unknown and mysterious space-time abyss in the blink of an eye. As soon as the black-robed man stopped, dozens of sword lights suddenly slashed down like thunderclaps. The black-robed man's pupils constricted, and he was shocked. He hadn't expected Yi Xian's sword to be so terrifying. The black-robed man's face instantly turned pale in the face of these dozens of sword lights. At this moment, he knew that he couldn't hold on anymore. He would definitely die. At this critical moment, the space in front of him suddenly split open, and then a fist suddenly flew out and headed straight for Yi Xian. In the distance, Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he swung his sword with both hands. Life and death were decided by drawing the sword. Tens of thousands of sword lights instantly overlapped. Because he felt danger. Bang. The tens of thousands of sword lights instantly shattered upon coming into contact with the fist, but the fist didn't shatter, and it charged straight for Yi Xian again. In the distance, Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he issued a command in his heart. Countless flying swords slashed out. Hiss, 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 hiss. Numerous flying swords slashed the fist, and when it arrived before Yi Xian, it was already slashed by the tens of thousands of flying swords. The fist was shattered, but Yi Xian retreated explosively for almost 30 kilometers. After Yi Xian stopped, he looked into the distance. In the depths of the cracked space, he saw a young man in a black robe. The young man had his right hand behind his back, and his left hand was holding a black stone. Yi Xian did not know what it was. Suddenly, a few dozen swords appeared around the young man. Slash the future. Slash it over. Moreover, it was a slash that traversed space. In the depths of the starry sky, the young man's expression was calm. He suddenly opened his right hand and clenched it tightly. Bang. In an instant, the area of space he was in was obliterated, and Yi Xian's sword was obliterated along with it. It destroyed the river of time. It was the river of time that destroyed the area he was in. The visualization state. Yi Xian's expression became slightly solemn. Meanwhile, the young man suddenly took a step forward and smashed his fist forward. Crack. As soon as the punch was thrown, the space-time galaxy where Yi Xian was suddenly shattered and annihilated. Even the matter was wiped out. At the same time, Yi Xian did not even have a chance to dodge, because he found that the punch had already landed on his body the moment the young man threw the punch. Bang! Yi Xian's body shattered, and his soul retreated 300 kilometers. After he stopped, Yi Xian's eyes narrowed, and he looked up at the young man in the distance with slight excitement. It ignores all matter and attacks the body. So it can be like this. As soon as he finished speaking, he slowly closed his eyes, and in the next moment, the sword in his hand suddenly flew out. In the depths of the starry sky, the young man flicked his sleeve. Bang! An expanse of sword light on his sleeve was obliterated. Even though he didn't injure the young man, Yi Xian was extremely excited because he understood how to use space and matter again. A breakthrough. Yi Xian was about to break through again. The black-robed man returned to the young man's side, and the black-robed man glanced at Yi Xian. Young master, do you kill this person? The young man glanced at Yi Xian. We can't. His destiny hasn't ended yet. After saying that, he turned around and left. The black-robed man hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Young master, this person is extraordinary. If we let him live, in the future our Dao clan." In the distance, the young man didn't even look back. Fear the strong. That's the behavior of the weak. The stronger he is, the happier I will be. The black-robed man thought about it, and then shook his head with a smile. That's right. Why should I worry? After all, my young master is a one-of-a-kind heaven-defying cultivator. A heaven-defying cultivator. P.S. I'm not asking for votes. I'm going to have no desires. I'm going to put down the monthly votes, and I'll be at ease. Chapter 22:14. In the same place, Yixian watched as the space-time in the distance gradually healed, and the young man and the old man disappeared from his sight. In fact, he had already guessed the other party's identity. That man should be the heaven-defying one that Qingguan mentioned. Heaven-defying one. Profound observation realm. Yixian was silent. In the instant they exchanged blows just now, he understood one thing. That was, there was a huge gap between him and the divine profound stage. Moreover, it was very big. Yixian slowly closed his eyes and clenched his fists. Gap. He wasn't discouraged. On the contrary, this stimulated his fighting spirit. If others could reach the profound observation realm, why couldn't he? Profound observation. Yixian looked down at the sword in his hand. In that instant when he fought with the heaven-defying one, he realized that the other party could ignore space-time and matter, and directly ignore that kind of thing. What would happen if he could ignore space-time and matter? His speed would be extremely fast, truly extreme. When he attacked now, the sword still needed to travel between space-time and matter. If he could ignore space-time and matter, it meant that the sword would have no obstacles. Under such circumstances, his sword's speed could reach the limit. This limit was not only the limit of speed, but also the limit of power, enough to destroy matter. What was the limit of matter? It was quantitative and qualitative change, and the core of qualitative change was still matter. Profound observation was to surpass matter and directly destroy matter. When he fought with the heaven-defying one just now, his three swords were forcibly erased by the other party, because the other party had even erased the river of space-time. Thinking of this, Yixian suddenly slashed down with his sword. Qi. The space-time in front of him was directly shattered. However, Yixian frowned because he realized that in the destroyed space-time, matter still existed. Law of conservation. Even if the universe was destroyed, the essence still existed, and the quantity would never change. How to destroy the essence? Yixian fell into deep thought. At this moment, Xiaotao suddenly said, "Young master, why don't you come into the tower to cultivate?" Yixian slowly closed his eyes. "If you speak again, I will sacrifice the tower to the heavens." Xiaotao. Yixian didn't return to Xiaotao to cultivate. Abandon all external things, know yourself, and look straight into your heart. He knew that this would be very difficult, because he was already used to cultivating in Xiaotao's body. It was almost like cheating. He really wasn't too used to it, but he still had to change. On the peak of the mountain, Yixian sat cross-legged on the ground like an old monk meditating. Day turned to night, and night turned to day. Time passed slowly. Enlightenment. Most of the time, cultivating the Tao was a matter of enlightenment. Then everything would make sense. In fact, this was nonsense. How could it be so easy? Yixian got up and left. I won't comprehend anymore. He had to find some inspiration. As soon as Yixian arrived at the immortal treasure pavilion of the vast thousand domains, Old Zhang appeared in front of him. Old Zhang bowed slightly. "Young Master Yi." Yixian smiled and said, "Can I go to Pavilion Master Qingguan's study to have a look?" Old Zhang nodded. "Sure." Yixian was a little puzzled. "Why can you?" Old Zhang smiled and said, "When the Pavilion Master left, he told me that if young Master Yi returns one day, you will definitely have some enlightenment and want to read." Yixian was speechless. Old Zhang smiled and said, "Young Master Yi, please." Yixian nodded slightly, and then walked to the 12th floor. On the way, Yixian asked, "Senior?" Old Zhang quickly said, Just call me Old Zhang. Yi Xian nodded. Old Zhang, do you know where your pavilion master went? Old Zhang shook her head and smiled bitterly. I don't know. Yi Xian fell silent. Old Zhang said again. The pavilion master is very mysterious and likes to wander around. However, the pavilion master is really a very good person. If not for him saving me back then, Old Zhang, wouldn't be here today. Yi Xian smiled slightly. He is indeed a very good person. Old Zhang brought Yi Xian to the door of the 12th floor and then said, Young Master Yi, when the pavilion master left, she left something for you. She said that if you come to the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, she should bring you here. If not. At this point he didn't say anything more. But Yi Xian understood. If he came, it meant that he didn't hold a grudge against her. Heart-wrenching words that day. The fate between the two of them still existed. If he didn't come, it meant that he was narrow-minded and calculative. He couldn't accept others' guidance humbly. This meant that his fate with Qingguan would come to an end. Thinking of this, Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. He, Yi Xian, was not a narrow-minded person, nor was he a person with a fragile heart. If there was a mistake, he would correct it. Moreover, he understood that only those who truly treated you as a friend would criticize you mercilessly. Yi Xian entered the study. There was a notebook and a letter on the desk. Yi Xian picked up the letter and opened it. Young Master Yi, congratulations. You should have reached the Divine Transformation Realm by now. Actually, you should have reached the Divine Transformation Realm a long time ago. Unfortunately, no one can enlighten you and help you break through the barriers in your heart and truly understand yourself. Your current goal should be the Visualization Realm. Right now you should have many doubts about this realm. It's fine. I've already introduced this realm to you in detail. It's in the notebook next to you. Yi Xian glanced at the notebook next to him, and then continued to read the letter. Young Master Yi, besides the Visualization Realm, I've left behind another realm. It's a brand new realm that I've created based on the Visualization Realm. I hope you can cultivate it successfully. Finally, young Master Yi, you must remember that as a cultivator, you must cultivate yourself. You must get rid of your bad habits, recognize your heart, look straight at it, and subdue it. Perhaps young Master Yi has done it before. However, young Master Yi must have overlooked something. As your strength grows, your heart will constantly change. Therefore, as a cultivator, you should reflect on yourself 3 times a day. Yi Xian thought for a moment and flipped to the second page. There was only one sentence on the second page. There are no obstacles to cultivation. It's just that the human heart is too complicated and has too many thoughts. That's why there are obstacles to cultivation. Young Master Yi, we'll meet again if fate wills it. In the study, Yi Xian did not speak for a long time. There are no obstacles to cultivation. It's just that the human heart is too complicated and has too many thoughts. After a long time, Yi Xian shook his head with a smile. Xiao Tao suddenly said, Young Master, are you still not enlightened? Yi Xian said uncuriously, None of your business. Xiao Tao was speechless. Yi Xian sat in front of the desk and opened the notebook. There were only 2 words on the first page. Visualization. Visualization. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian flipped to the second page. Visualization is to surpass the material plane, the space-time plane, the Tao and Law plane. Visualization is divided into external appearance and internal appearance. External appearance is to surpass the space-time plane, the material plane, the Tao and Law plane. Internal appearance refers to the transformation of the mind. What is the transformation of the mind? It is to see through everything and reach a new realm. The difference in the minds of people will cause people to see a different world. If the mind is narrow, the world and the universe you see will be narrow. In short, you will be imprisoned by your own thoughts. A person's life needs to undergo continuous transformation of the mind. Otherwise, it will only be a mechanical cycle every day. Seeing this, Yi Xian slowly clenched his right hand and fell into deep thought. After a long time, Yi Xian continued to read. However, the transformation of the mind is accompanied by pain. Therefore, to achieve internal appearance, one needs to accumulate, persevere, endure, reflect, and break free from the layers of shackles in one's heart and spirit. One needs to break the shackles of the past to find a new chance of survival. It is like turning a cocoon into a butterfly. Before becoming a butterfly, the transformation of the cocoon is extremely painful. It is easy to achieve external appearance, but difficult to achieve internal appearance. Young Master Yi, I wish you good luck. Yi Xian was silent. External appearance. Internal appearance. This time, the realm was very detailed. It was so detailed that he felt a headache. It was very difficult to reach the visualization realm. Especially this Vipassana. Just the sound of it sounded mysterious. As if he thought of something, Yi Xian flipped to the next page. There were 3 words on the next page. Time realm. Yi Xian was struck dumb at the sight of those 3 words. Yi Xian quickly flipped to the next page. Time realm, what is time? It is time. Of course, it is not just time, but time that has passed. It is the carrier of everything in the world, and can contain everything in the world. Everything in the past was time. Everything in the past could be materialized and controlled. I created this realm based on your Azure Profound Sword, because your Azure Profound Sword contains the power of time. Not only that, but it can also prevent time from affecting you. After my research, I found that this time realm surpasses the visualization realm, because the power of time can destroy everything, including visualization realm experts. So far in the world, only a few divine objects can prevent time from affecting them. Time. Yi Xian hurriedly took out the Azure Mysterious Sword and sensed it. Sure enough, he felt the power of time. However, he was a little puzzled, because he had used this special power in the Azure Mysterious Sword before, but it didn't seem to be this powerful. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian flipped to the next page. Sir Yi, the time energy within the sword has already been suppressed. The reason for that is because the current you is unable to fully control the time energy within the sword. Because of that, that young lady has suppressed the time energy within the sword. Once your strength reaches a certain level, the time energy within the sword will automatically be unsealed. At that time, the power of the sword will become even more terrifying. Yi Xian looked at the Azure Profound Sword in his hand. After thinking for a while, he looked at the notebook. Young Master Yi, you must cultivate the power of time after reaching the visualization realm, because you can't control it well. If you are not careful, you will be corroded by time and become a thing of the past. Alright. Young Master Yi, we will meet again if fate allows it. That's it. In the study room, Yi Xian remained silent for a while before he said softly, "Thank you." The notebook had answered a lot of questions for him. Visualization realm. Yi Xian decided to cultivate the visualization realm first. He had to take it one step at a time. Otherwise, if he took too big a step, he would easily hurt himself. Yi Xian cultivated in the study room. He still did not choose to join Xiao Ta because he did not want to rely on Xiao Ta. It was fine if Xiao Ta was here now, but if Xiao Ta was gone in the future, what should he do then? The heart of dependence was not formed overnight. He did not want to be dependent at all, especially when he used the Azure Profound Sword and Xiao Ta's divine objects that were almost cheating. At this time, Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Young master, in terms of knowledge, who do you think is better, Sister Qing Guan or Sister Qing? After a moment of silence, Yi Xian said, "Qing is the eternal God." Chapter 22:15. Yi Xian didn't know what level Qing had reached, but he knew that in terms of knowledge, Qing was definitely at the top. Even his father and big brother couldn't compare. Of course, Qing Guan was also very powerful. No, he was very powerful. Yi Xian suddenly let out a sigh. Xiao Ta asked, "Young master, why are you sighing?" Yi Xian shook his head with a smile. "They're all very powerful, but I..." With that, he shook his head again, collected his thoughts, and began to cultivate. Less sighing, less nonsense, and more cultivation was the right thing to do. Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground and slowly closed his eyes. Before, he hadn't even had a direction to comprehend, but things were different now. With Qing Guan's guidance, he had a direction to research and was no longer confused. Observer realm. Beyond matter, beyond space-time, beyond Tao and Dharma. In the immortal treasure pavilion, Yixian cultivated quietly. No one disturbed him. In the land of the divine ruins. The land of the divine ruins had once been one of the top powers of the Dark Observer cosmos, but now it had become a wasteland. In front of the divine ruins palace, a young man walked slowly. Behind him were 12 people. These 12 people were all Observer Realm. 12 Observer Realm experts. The young man wore a black robe. His right hand was behind his back, and his left hand held a black stone. He walked calmly. This person was the Dao clan's current clan leader, Dao Ling. He was the youngest clan leader in the history of the Dao clan, and also the strongest clan leader in history. He had surpassed his ancestors. In addition, he was also a heaven-defying cultivator. The first heaven-defying cultivator in the history of the Dark Observer cosmos. Dao Ling walked slowly to the Divine Ruins Palace. There were hundreds of people inside. These people were all from the Divine Ruins Forbidden Land. The reason they hadn't died was because there was a Divine Ruins Great Array inside the Divine Ruins Palace. This was an array created by generations of sect masters of the Divine Ruins Forbidden Land. It was extremely powerful, but now, it could only be used to defend against the Dao clan. Everyone in the palace was in despair because they couldn't get out. Even if they did, what could they do? Who in the Dark Observer cosmos could resist this terrifying Dao clan? 12 Observer Realms. Dao Ling walked to the entrance of the main hall. He looked at the crowd in silence. At that moment, a middle-aged man slowly walked in front of Dao Ling. He looked straight at Dao Ling and said, "My forbidden land of the ruins of God admits defeat. Can you let my people live?" Dao Ling looked at the middle-aged man. "I can admit defeat, but a way out? No." With that, he waved his right hand. Boom. The Divine Ruins Palace's array suddenly shattered like rotten wood. Unable to withstand a single blow, Dao Ling turned around and left. Don't leave a single one alive. Use the heads of all their clansmen to pay tribute to our ancestors. Very soon, a series of miserable shrieks came from behind him. Blood flowed like rivers and corpses piled up like mountains. Not long after, all the living beings in the entire land of the Divine Ruins were slaughtered. The smell of blood was so strong that even the starry sky tens of thousands of miles away could clearly smell it. Buried Earth. In order to enter the burial earth, one must first pass through the dark swamp, and in the depths of the dark swamp lived a powerful and terrifying creature. Heavenly Ghost. Thousands of mutilated corpses lay on the surface of the dark swamp. They were the corpses of the Dao clan's ancestors. In order to escort the younger generation of the Dao clan into the burial earth, these ancestors had sacrificed their lives. At that moment, Dao Ling arrived at the burial earth. Behind him were still the 12 Observer Realm experts, and behind them were tens of thousands of top experts from the Dao clan. Dao Ling looked at the corpses in the distance. After a long while he bowed slightly. Behind him, the 12 people and tens of thousands of experts from the Dao clan slowly knelt down. Dao Ling said softly, "Bring the ancestors home." Home. Hearing that, the tens of thousands of experts from the Dao clan suddenly felt their noses tingle, and they roared in unison, "Bring the ancestors home. How dare you?" At that moment, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the depths of the dark swamp. Immediately after, a heavenly ghost broke out of the ground. Observer Realm. The heavenly ghost looked down at the experts from the Dao clan with a ferocious expression. Just as it was about to speak, Dao Ling suddenly raised his right hand and pressed it down. In the distance, the heavenly ghost seemed to sense something. Its pupils suddenly shrank, and it raised its arms to block. Boom. A terrifying power swept down, and the heavenly ghost's body was instantly shattered, while its soul retreated hundreds of thousands of feet away. After it stopped, the heavenly ghost looked at Dao Ling, who was the leader. Its eyes were filled with disbelief. "You." Observer Realm. Dao Ling suddenly disappeared from where he was. The heavenly ghost's pupils shrank, and it was about to resist. The next moment, Dao Ling's hand had already grabbed its throat. The heavenly ghost stared at Dao Ling. "If you kill me, the heavenly ghost clan will definitely not." Dao Ling shook his head. "I came here today for two things. First, to bring the ancestors of the Dao clan home. Second, to destroy the Heavenly Ghost clan. Do you still remember how many of the ancestors of the Dao clan you killed when the Heavenly Ghost clan was in trouble? If you don't remember, it's fine. After all, it's a clan that is about to disappear. What does it matter whether you remember these things or not? As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly exerted force. Boom. The Heavenly Ghost directly turned into dust, killing the exterior realm instantly. After killing the Heavenly Ghost, Dao Ling looked down at the dark swamp. Heavenly Ghost King, are you still not coming out? After a moment of silence, an afterimage floated out of the dark swamp. The Heavenly Ghost King. He was also at the exterior realm. Of course, even if they were both at the exterior realm, there was still a difference in strength. This Heavenly Ghost King's aura was much stronger than the Heavenly Ghost King's. The Heavenly Ghost King looked at Dao Ling. I find it hard to believe that the Dao clan, which was on the brink of extinction, actually produced a genius like you. Dao Ling said. Today, I'm here to collect my debt. The Heaven Ghost King said solemnly. Sir, the ones who slaughtered the Dao race back then were the great forces of the profound cosmos. What does it have to do with the Heaven Ghost race? Dao Ling laughed softly. What does this have to do with the Heaven Ghoul race? Back then, my father knelt in front of your dark swamp and begged your Heaven Ghoul race to be magnanimous and let my Dao race pass. But what did your Heaven Ghoul race do? It's fine if the Heaven Ghoul race doesn't let go. You even took advantage of the situation and seized my Dao clan's supreme treasure, the Dao robe. Not only that, but you even killed dozens of my Dao clan seniors. I remember correctly, right? The Heavenly Ghost King slowly clenched his fists. Sir, what happened back then was the fault of my Heavenly Ghoul race. My Heavenly Ghoul race is willing to compensate the Dao race. He had no choice but to admit defeat. The person in front of him was so powerful that he felt despair. Vipassana. Although it was only one realm higher, this one realm was like the difference between heaven and earth. Dao Ling shook his head slightly. Compensation is fine. Use the heads of your Heaven Ghoul race as compensation. As he finished speaking, he suddenly clenched his right fist. Boom. In an instant, the surrounding world became illusory. The Heavenly Ghost King's expression changed drastically when he saw this. He hurriedly said, My Heaven Ghoul race was ordered to guard the dark swamp. If your Dao race dares to destroy my Heaven Ghoul race, you will all be consigned to eternal damnation. Dao Ling was expressionless. Is that so? As he finished speaking, he disappeared on the spot. In the distance, the Heavenly Ghost King's pupils suddenly shrank. He suddenly pressed his hands forward. Soul return. Boom. A terrifying soul aura suddenly surged out from his hands. However, in the next moment, a powerful force swept over. Rumble. That terrifying soul energy immediately shattered. In the next moment, a fist landed directly on the Heavenly Ghost King's throat. Boom. The Heavenly Ghost King was directly annihilated by this punch. In the sky, Dao Ling looked down. He suddenly punched downwards, and a fist carrying a destructive force swept down from the sky. In the end, it entered the dark swamp. Rumble. In an instant, the entire dark swamp exploded. Countless shrill cries resounded from within the dark swamp, but they quickly vanished. They had been wiped out. A short moment later, strands of evil aura suddenly shot into the sky from beneath the ground. In the sky, Dao Ling frowned slightly. The red light didn't provoke Dao Ling. Instead, it turned around and vanished into the horizon. In the sky, Dao Ling was silent for a moment before he said, Let's go home. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. All the experts of the Dao race took the corpses of their ancestors and left with Dao Ling. Their target was the Dao territory, the former home of the Dao race. In the starry sky, Dao Ling suddenly stopped. A woman was standing not too far away from him. It was Shun Xiao. Shun Xiao looked at Dao Ling. Patriarch Dao Ling, the Pavilion Master asked me to wait for you here. The Pavilion Master of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, Qing Guan. Dao Ling nodded slightly. Speak. Shun Xiao said. There's one more thing. The Pavilion Master said that the Immortal Treasure Pavilion is spread throughout the universe, and it doesn't want to interfere in the battles between any powers. Now that the Dao race has returned, I wonder what Patriarch Ling's attitude towards the Immortal Treasure Pavilion is? Dao Ling fell silent for a moment before he said, if the Immortal Treasure Pavilion doesn't become enemies with my Dao race, then my Dao race will absolutely not harm the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. Shen Xiao nodded slightly, and then she turned around and left. Dao Ling fell silent for a moment before he said, let's go. It didn't take long for all the experts of the Dao race to vanish into the starry sky. Within the Immortal Treasure Pavilion in the Colosseum, Yi Xian's eyes were closed as he sat cross-legged on the ground, and he'd entered into a meditative state. During this period of time, he'd been madly studying space, matter, the Dao and techniques, because he had to understand them in order to disregard all of them. Was it difficult? It was extremely difficult. However, he knew that he had to figure it out. Otherwise, his strength wouldn't be able to improve. One day later, Yi Xian left the Immortal Treasure Pavilion and arrived at an unknown and mysterious starry sky. He glanced at the surroundings, and the starry sky was deathly silent. Then he slowly closed his eyes. After a long time, Yi Xian suddenly drew his sword and slashed. Hiss! An expanse of space shattered before him. But the essence was still there. Yi Xian fell silent for a moment when he saw this, and then he drew his sword and slashed again. Destroy matter. Yi Xian drew his sword madly. What he wanted to do now was to surpass the limits of his limits. Only then would he be able to destroy the essence and attain another height. In the starry sky, Yi Xian tried madly. During this process, he tried many different methods, including drawing his sword to determine life and death. He tried ceaselessly for the sake of creating the strongest strike. If that strike was executed, then it would be the visualization state. Meanwhile, Xiao Ta suddenly said, young lord, why don't you return to the pagoda to cultivate? It'll be much faster if we return to the pagoda to cultivate. Yi Xian ignored Xiao Ta. Xiao Ta continued, there's nothing bad about being a second-generation heir. Having a backer is also a form of strength. Yi Xian still ignored Xiao Ta. Xiao Ta continued, young lord, no matter how hard you work, you can't change the fact that you're a second-generation heir. Yi Xian was speechless. Chapter 22:16. Yi Xian ignored Xiao Ta and continued to focus on his cultivation. Keep pursuing, keep breaking through. As a human being, one should have a goal, and his goal was to be invincible. He dared to think about it, but he didn't dare to do it. Now he dared to think about it, but he dared to do it. In the starry sky, Yi Xian tried again and again. At this moment, his cultivation was close to insanity. Perhaps because of this, the demonic berserk bloodline in his body was stirring, showing signs of activation. However, he firmly suppressed the demonic berserk bloodline. The power of the bloodline was not a foreign object, but he didn't plan to use it. Right now, he wanted to be a pure swordsman. In the starry sky, rays of sword light tore through the starry sky. Before long, the entire starry sky was torn into countless pieces by these rays of sword light. Several days later, Yi Xian suddenly stopped. At this moment, his eyes were a little red and his hair was messy. At first glance, he looked a little crazy. Yi Xian tightly gripped the sword in his hand, silent. In these days, no matter how he tried, he couldn't destroy the essence. Even if he stacked the sword to decide life and death to 50,000 rays, it still wouldn't work. 50,000 rays was his current limit, but he still couldn't destroy matter. Was the method wrong? Yi Xian frowned, a little suspicious. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. Calm down. He knew that he had to calm down now, because the countless failures had made him a little impatient. Calm down. Ferocious. Calm down. Yi Xian took a deep breath and sat cross-legged in the starry sky. At this time, Xiao Ta suddenly said, young master, I think that as long as you use the green profound sword, the current you can definitely destroy matter. You should know that the green profound sword can destroy all laws, all Daos, and all essences. Moreover, have you forgotten? The green profound sword can help you advance by 2 tiers. You're now in the divine transformation tier, which means that as long as you use the green profound sword, you can instantly reach the time tier that Big Sister Qingguan mentioned. Not only that, but you don't even need to cultivate to directly possess the legendary power of time. Yi Xian remained silent and ignored Xiao Ta. Xiao Ta continued. As long as you nod, you'll be the strongest in the entire universe. Yi Xian remained silent. Xiao Ta said again. Young master, let me tell you, every chosen one will rely on something abnormal. It's normal for you to rely on it. Don't feel any psychological burden. Yi Xian still ignored Xiao Ta. Xiao Ta was about to speak when Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes, and he spoke softly. I understand now. Xiao Ta quickly said. Have you thought it through? Yi Xian said softly. Pure. What I did was not pure enough. Miss Qingguan said. There are no obstacles to cultivation. It's just that people's minds are too complicated and have too many thoughts. That's why there are obstacles in cultivation. I thought too much and wasn't pure enough. If I wasn't pure enough, how could my sword surpass my own limits? As he spoke, he got up and walked toward the depths of the starry sky. At this moment, he let go of all the shackles in his heart and abandoned all thoughts. There was only the sword in his heart. Yi Xian just walked like that, his heart calm. 3 days later, the walking Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes and slashed with his sword. Chi. With this slash, the space-time in front of him cracked, and in the next moment, the cracked space-time suddenly turned into nothingness. Destroying matter. Yi Xian stopped. That slash just now wasn't to decide life and death, nor was it to slash the past and the future. It was just a simple slash. But it was a pure slash. In the starry sky, Yi Xian said softly, I see. Pure. There was an essential difference between focusing on one thing and doing it mechanically. At this moment he could already surpass Tao and Dharma, space-time, and matter, directly destroying the essence. As if thinking of something, he suddenly pulled out his sword and slashed. Chi. The river of time in front of him was directly torn apart by his slash. The river of time was destroyed. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Now he could also directly destroy the river of time. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly turned around. Not far in front of him stood a middle-aged man. It was the Lawmaster. The Lawmaster looked at Yi Xian. Are you surprised? Yi Xian said with a smile. You must have come with ill intentions, right? The Lawmaster sneered. What do you think? Yi Xian suddenly asked. Have you eaten? The Lawmaster was stunned. Yi Xian smiled. If you haven't eaten, then have a taste of my sword. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly disappeared. Chi. The sword radiance tore through the battlefield. In the distance, the Lawmaster's expression instantly changed. Damn, is this person crazy? Directly fight when they meet? I haven't even said the words I prepared. Without thinking much, the Lawmaster was about to attack. However, at this moment, his expression changed drastically. At this moment, he realized that Yi Xian's sword was different. Something was wrong. The Lawmaster was shocked and hurriedly said, Sect Master, save me. The Sect Master was speechless. Although the Lawmaster was extremely shocked, he did not choose to sit and wait for death. He clenched his right hand and then punched forward. In this punch, countless laws surged out. In an instant, the surrounding starry sky directly cracked layer by layer. The power was too strong. As Yi Xian's sword slashed Qi, countless laws were destroyed. The sword pierced straight through and directly entered the Lawmaster's glabella. The Lawmaster's body froze and his face was full of disbelief. One sword. He could not even withstand one sword. How was this possible? The Lawmaster looked at Yi Xian in front of him and said blankly, Did you cheat? Yi Xian was a little dissatisfied. What are you saying? I've only just broken through. The Lawmaster was stunned at first. In the next moment, his pupils suddenly constricted and he said in a trembling voice, You reached half a step into the observer state? Yi Xian shook his head. No. The Lawmaster's expression froze. Observer state? Yi Xian nodded. The Lawmaster suddenly roared angrily. How is this possible? How is this possible? How could you reach the observer state in such a short time? This is impossible. Don't lie to the old man. Yi Xian was speechless. The Lawmaster seemed to have gone crazy. No, you are not the observer state. You are definitely not the observer state. As he spoke, he turned around and slowly walked into the distance as if he had lost his soul. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Do you think you can escape by pretending to be crazy? As soon as Yi Xian said this, the Law Master rushed into the sky and wanted to escape. At this moment, the sword that had entered the Law Master's glabella suddenly shook violently and directly destroyed all the vitality in the Law Master's body. The Law Master's body froze on the spot, and his face was full of confusion. He could not accept this. How could he accept this? How many years had he cultivated for? How much hardship had he suffered? However, he was only half a step into the observer state. However, this Yi Xian had actually reached the observer state in such a short time. Damn it! How unfair was this world? The Law Master, who was about to disappear completely, suddenly roared angrily. The heavens are unfair, the heavens are unfair. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the distant starry sky. What does it have to do with me, the Tendo? Why do you have to compare yourself with someone who has backing? Aren't you retarded? You want to make me the handsome scapegoat. Tui. Tendo. Yi Xian looked up into the starry sky. The person who had just spoken was this world's Tendo. The Law Master suddenly looked up. Little Tendo, how dare you humiliate me? The Tendo said calmly. Law Master, let me remind you, you are about to die. Please know what you are doing. The Law Master was stunned at first, then he suddenly turned his head. Path Master, save me. Before he could finish speaking, a sword light flashed across his throat. Psst. The Law Master's voice suddenly stopped. He had been completely erased. There was no longer a Path Master in this world. Yi Xian looked up into the distant starry sky. In the distant starry sky, an old man was looking at him. It was the Path Master of the southern region. At this moment, the Path Master's heart was in turmoil. Observer state. Yi Xian had actually reached the observer state. This was something he had not expected at all, because Yi Xian had only been in the divine change state previously. He was not even half a step into the observer state, but now Yi Xian had actually reached the observer state directly. This was too terrifying. After all, he had been half a step into the observer state for tens of thousands of years. Now Yi Xian had actually reached the observer state in such a short time. The Path Master's expression was complicated, and his heart was even more complicated. He also wanted to say, why is the heavens so unfair? However, when he remembered that the Tendo was just beside him, he gave up. Strictly speaking, it did not seem to have anything to do with the Tendo. The Path Master collected his thoughts and looked at Yi Xian. Did you reach the observer state because of the heavenly meridian? Yi Xian shook his head. The Path Master narrowed his eyes. How is that possible? If not for the heavenly meridian, how could you have reached the observer state in such a short time? Yi Xian thought about it and said, do you really want to know? The Path Master nodded instinctively. Yi Xian smiled. Actually, it is quite easy to reach the observer state. As he spoke, he opened his palm and the notebook that Qin Guan had left for him slowly flew to the Path Master. The Path Master was stunned at first, then he opened the notebook. As he read, the Path Master's mind went blank. Observer state. They actually did not know much about the observer state. If they knew much, they would not have been unable to break through after so many years. At this moment, after reading the detailed description of the observer state in the notebook, the Path Master was shocked. He was truly shocked. At this moment, he realized that it was just as Yi Xian had said. Actually, the observer state did not seem to be very difficult. It was like a second-generation heir. His father taught him how to earn money from a young age and gave him money. Was it difficult for a second-generation heir? Definitely not. But was it difficult for an ordinary person? Of course it was. Because everything had to be figured out by oneself, and that was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. When he read about the time realm after the observer state, the Path Master's blood suddenly boiled. These two realms seemed to have opened a door for him. Cultivation. The Path Master was extremely excited. He wanted to cultivate. At this moment, he was confident that he could cultivate to the Supreme Observer state or even the Time Realm. At this moment, a ray of sword light suddenly flashed. The Pathmaster who was reading suddenly looked up. He was shocked, and he pressed his right hand forward. Countless Tao laws surged out. However, the sword easily tore those Tao laws apart and pierced his forehead. Boom. The Pathmaster was frozen on the spot. The Pathmaster looked at Yi Xian in the distance. He was a little confused. Yi Xian smiled. Are you confident that you can break through and reach the observer state? The Pathmaster looked at Yi Xian blankly. Why are you showing me this? Yi Xian smiled. To let you have hope, and then despair. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly appeared in front of the Pathmaster and stabbed the Pathmaster's abdomen with the sword in his right hand. He said fiercely, "Not only do I want to kill, but I also want to destroy your heart." The Pathmaster was speechless. P.S. I've returned home. I don't have much time to write. It's a little difficult for me to update normally. Sorry. Is there a problem with delaying the outburst? I will choose a climax point for the outburst to let everyone have a good look. Sorry again about the outburst. Chapter 22:17. Kill the Heart. With a hideous look on his face, the Pathmaster roared hysterically. I curse you. Hiss. Yi Xian suddenly slashed with his sword and left. The Pathmaster's body and soul started to vanish at a visible rate. The Pathmaster roared furiously. His roar was filled with unwillingness. What was the cruelest thing in the world? Nothing more than seeing hope, only to be met with despair. Yi Xian gave him hope, only to be met with despair. This was the cruelest. Gradually, the Pathmaster's voice grew weaker until it vanished. There were no more masters in the world. Out of the 4 masters of the southern region, only the World Master was left. In the distance, Yi Xian was flying on his sword. Xiao Ta suddenly asked, "Young master, what do you plan to do next?" Yi Xian was silent for a moment before he said, "Look inside." Since he had achieved the outer appearance, then his goal was to look inside. As if he had thought of something, he suddenly opened his palm, and the green profound sword appeared in his hand. The green profound sword. Yi Xian held the green profound sword and sensed it carefully. He sensed the legendary power of time. Qin Guan relied on the green profound sword to create the state of time. Since Qin Guan could do it, why couldn't he? After all, he was a person of destiny. Even though he didn't know what a person of destiny was. After a while, Yi Xian frowned. Xiao Ta asked, "What's wrong?" Yi Xian was silent for a moment before he said, "I sense the power of time." Xiao Ta continued, and then? Yi Xian thought for a moment before he shook his head and put away the green profound sword. He didn't continue studying the power of time, because he realized that it wasn't something he could control right now. Unless he used the profound azure sword as a medium, he would be able to control the power of time within the sword. However, he didn't want to do that. The reason for that was because he knew that using such a method to control the power of time was only useful for showing off. There was no other meaning to it, as it was not something he could cultivate. Moreover, he discovered a problem that he had never discovered before. When he chose to give up on relying on the green profound sword, and focus on improving himself, the green profound sword became even more terrifying. Just like now, if he were to use the Qingxian sword, he was confident that he could even kill a Vipassana master. To put it simply, the stronger he was, the stronger the green profound sword would be. After a while, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Xiao Ta, you've been with Dad since the beginning, right?" Xiao Ta said, "Yes, from the very beginning. Actually, young master, there's something that I don't know if I should say or not." Yi Xian smiled and said, "What is it?" Xiao Ta sighed in a low voice. "Master and I have gone through life and death together countless times. Based on our relationship, it's really not too much for you to call me Ta Dad. Oh no, call me Uncle Ta." Yi Xian's face immediately darkened. Xiao Ta still wanted to say something, but Yi Xian suddenly flew up on his sword and disappeared into the horizon. On the way, Xiao Ta said, "Young master, where are you going?" Yi Xian said, "The three-dimensional universe." Xiao Ta was puzzled. "Young master, why are you going to the three-dimensional universe?" Yi Xian said softly, To understand Dad's previous life. Didn't you all say that he lived a hard life? I want to understand. Hearing this, Xiao Ta understood. Yi Xian was trying to break through to the Vipassana master. Soon, Yi Xian arrived at the three-dimensional universe. Because of his dad's protection, ordinary people couldn't enter the three-dimensional universe. Of course, he was an exception. Sword Sect, Floating Mountain, Handyman Peak. Presently, the Sword Sect could be said to be the largest swordsman sect in the Southern Territory, and any swordsman would take pride in joining the Sword Sect. When it came to the Sword Sect, two people had to be mentioned. One was the founding ancestor of the Sword Sect, the Unfettered One. He'd never been defeated in his entire life, and he sought defeat all his life. In the end, he couldn't endure the loneliness of being invincible, so he left the Southern Territory and headed to a stronger world. The second was the Sword Devil, Yang Yi. He was an extraordinary genius that had appeared in the Sword Sect after the founding ancestor. Because he'd once been a labor disciple, the status of labor disciples in the Sword Sect had risen along with him. Many inner court disciples would even come to Labor Peak to be labor disciples for a period of time, and they put it in a euphemistic way, to gain experience. When Yi Xian arrived at Labor Peak, he noticed that the swordsmen here weren't very weak. Even though they weren't as strong as the swordsmen from his universe, they weren't weak either. Yi Xian arrived before a hall, and he was slightly dazed as he gazed at the dazzling and resplendent hall before him. The hall before him was built in an extremely luxurious manner. The pillars were actually completely made of gold. The walls were even made of dark iron, and even the floor was made of pure mithril. There were 3 large words at the top of the hall, Yang Yi Hall. Yi Xian gazed at those words with an emotionless expression. Xiao Ta, you told me that Dad suffered when he was a labor disciple. Yes, living in such a place and being a labor disciple is truly very bitter. He'd placed extra emphasis on the word bitter. Xiao Ta's face was covered in bewilderment. It wasn't like this in the past. At that time, it was just an ordinary thatched hut. Why has it become like this now? Damn it. It was definitely those fellows from the Sword Sect who did this. Young master, you understand. Once a person becomes famous, then even the bed he slept in will become priceless. Yi Xian shook his head. He pushed open the door of the hall and walked in. Inside the shop, there were some bookshelves on both sides, and at the center of the shop, there was a statue made of pure gold. It was the statue of the man in green. Looking at this statue, Yi Xian was instantly speechless. It was actually made of pure gold, and it was extremely luxurious. Yi Xian suddenly turned his head and looked at the bookshelf in the distance. There was a small plaque on the bookshelf, and there were a few large words written on it. Yang Ye's classic quotations. Dad's classic quotations? Yi Xian was slightly curious. He picked up a scroll and opened it to take a look. Fight him until he's undefeatable. Kill him until his blood flows like a river. Looking at this sentence, Yi Xian's face was filled with black lines. Dad's vicious aura is really heavy. He's obviously not a good person. In next to no time, Yi Xian looked down, and there was actually an annotation at the bottom. Fight him until he's undefeatable. Kill him until his blood flows like a river. These words seem to be crude and simple, but they actually contain supreme truth, and they warn the people of the world. In these chaotic times, we must have the heart of an expert. If we don't have the heart of an expert, then we'll be like withered grass in the water. We can only drift along with the current, live an ordinary life, and transform into dust in the end. We must have the heart of an expert like Sect Master Yang Yi. We must have the determination and imposing manner to shout loudly in the face of this dark and chaotic world. Fight him until he's undefeatable. Kill him until his blood flows like a river. And we'll return a bright world to this world. Yi Xian closed the scroll, and then he asked, Xiao Ta, did Dad say these words? Xiao Ta said, he did. Yi Xian asked another question. Is the meaning of Dad's words the same as the annotation? Xiao Ta fell silent for a moment before he said, it doesn't seem to be like that. Yi Xian asked, then what does it mean? Xiao Ta thought for a moment, and then he said, it means that he's gone mad from killing. He's roaring randomly. Yi Xian's face instantly darkened. Damn it. Then what does this annotation mean? Xiao Ta said. Truthfully speaking, I don't understand it as well. Yi Xian was speechless. After a short moment, Yi Xian picked up another scroll at the side, and he opened it and took a look. Only by experiencing hellish torture would one possess the strength to conquer heaven. Only by bleeding fingers would one be able to play out the ultimate song of the world. Yi Xian was just about to look at the annotation when he seemed to have thought of something, and he asked, Xiao Ta, did Dad say these words? Xiao Ta went silent for a moment before he said, I don't think so. Yi Xian's expression froze. Are you sure? Xiao Ta said. I've always been with Master. I can basically remember everything he said. This sentence shouldn't have been said by him. Moreover, Master is the same as you. He doesn't like to read, so it's impossible for him to say something of such standard. His words are either about fighting or killing, or some messy limerick. Yi Xian said in a low voice. Since he didn't say it, why did you say that he said it? Xiao Ta said in a low voice. I don't understand either. Yi Xian was speechless. What the heck? At this moment, footsteps suddenly came from the side. Yi Xian turned his head to look. Not far away, a swordsman walked in. When he saw Yi Xian, the swordsman was slightly stunned. Very quickly he frowned. Who are you? Yi Xian put down the scroll and smiled. Yi Xian. The swordsman looked at Yi Xian. A trace of vigilance flashed in his eyes. You're not from my sword sect. Yi Xian waved the sword in his hand and smiled. I'm also a swordsman. The swordsman stared at Yi Xian. But you're not a swordsman from my sword sect. Yi Xian nodded. I'm not. The swordsman placed his left hand on the hilt of his sword. His eyes turned cold. Who are you? Yi Xian was about to speak. Suddenly, many footsteps came from outside the hall. Obviously, their voices were too loud, and it alarmed the sword sect's experts in the surroundings. Soon, a group of swordsmen appeared in the hall. Greetings, sect leader. Meanwhile, all the swordsmen within the hall suddenly bowed towards the people outside the hall. All of them looked towards the outside of the hall. An old man was walking in slowly. The old man wore a large black robe, and had a sheathed sword hanging from his waist. Moreover, he emanated a faint pressure. Yi Xian sized up the old man and said, Xiao Ta, do you know him? Xiao Ta remained silent for a moment before he said, I don't. Yi Xian frowned slightly. You don't know him? He's the sect leader of the sword sect. Xiao Ta was slightly helpless. Young Master, Master practically never returned after he left the Southern Territory all those years ago. Even though Matriarch Su has taken care of the sword sect in secret, Master doesn't have any thoughts about the sword sect. Yi Xian was puzzled. Why? Xiao Ta said. All those years ago, when Master's mother, your wet nurse, was annihilated by the Flower Palace, not only did the sword sect not interfere, it even expelled Master from the sword sect. Even though Master didn't implicate the sword sect because of Matriarch Su, he doesn't have any feelings towards the sword sect. Yi Xian nodded slightly, and was about to speak. Meanwhile, the sect leader of the sword sect spoke in a hoarse voice. Who are you? Yi Xian instinctively pointed at the statue of the green-clothed man. I'm his father. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian was stunned on the spot. The others were speechless. Xiao Ta spoke solemnly. Young Master, are you sure? Chapter 22:18. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian felt a bit embarrassed. Too fast. Yi Xian quickly corrected himself. He is my father. Everyone. The sword sect's sect leader looked at Yi Xian as if he wanted to see through Yi Xian. You said you are sect leader Yang's son? Yi Xian nodded. The sword sect's sect leader sneered. Ridiculous, really ridiculous. Who doesn't know that sect leader Yang only has one daughter? Yi Xian. The sword sect's sect leader continued. You swordsman, you are really shameless pretending to be sect leader Yang's son. Yi Xian said in a deep voice. I really am his son. The sword sect's sect leader said angrily. Sect leader Yang does not have a son, only a daughter. Yi Xian. The sword sect's sect leader sighed. For a small benefit, You don't hesitate to sell your soul and recognize someone else as your father. Young man, do you think you are worthy of your biological father? Yi Xian suddenly activated his bloodline. As soon as the bloodline power appeared, a powerful pressure suddenly enveloped the surroundings. The surrounding swordsmen's expression changed greatly, and they all retreated, their eyes full of fear. The sword sect leader's expression also changed slightly. You. What do you want to do? Yi Xian frowned slightly. You don't recognize my bloodline? The sword sect leader said in a deep voice. What bloodline? Yi Xian said in his heart. Xiao Ta, they don't recognize the mad demon bloodline? Xiao Ta was silent for a moment, then said. The mad demon bloodline was awakened by the young master later. They don't recognize it. Yi Xian asked. Then how do I prove my identity? Xiao Ta thought for a long time, then said. I don't know. Yi Xian was speechless. The sword sect master glared at Yi Xian. Sir, I advise you to be kind. If you dare to act recklessly, my sword sect will have to summon our ancestor. Summoning the ancestor. Yi Xian shook his head and sighed. What a ridiculous world. At this time, a swordsman suddenly said in a trembling voice, Sect Master, look carefully, he really does look like Sect Master Yang. Hearing this, everyone looked at Yi Xian, and after sizing him up, they were shocked. He really does look like him. The sword sect master glanced at the statue of the green-clothed man, and then glanced at Yi Xian. He hesitated for a moment before he said, You said you're Sect Master Yang's son. Do you have proof? Yi Xian smiled and said, What proof do you want? The sect leader of the sword sect fell silent. Sect Master Yang? Actually, he wasn't familiar with the legendary Sect Master Yang. Yi Xian suddenly turned around and left. He didn't try to prove that he was Yang Ye's son because it was meaningless. If these swordsmen acknowledged him, then he would definitely leave some benefits for them. Since they refused, then he could only bid farewell to them. Yi Xian didn't stop at all and vanished from the sword sect. The sword sect master raised his head and looked up into the sky in silence. Actually, he'd acknowledged Yi Xian's identity as soon as he laid eyes on Yi Xian. They were too similar. However, he hadn't chosen to acknowledge Yi Xian's identity. Why? He was the sect master of the sword sect right now. So, what if Sect Master Yang's son tried to seize his position if he acknowledged Sect Master Yang's identity as the junior sect master? He'd obtained this position with great difficulty, so how could he give it up so easily? Not a chance. The sword sect master grunted coldly in his heart, and then he turned around and left. South Peace City. South Peace City was where his father used to live, and it was a small city in the Southern Territory. Yi Xian was slightly dazed as he stood before a luxurious building. This building was 9 floors tall, and it could only be described with a single word, extravagant. The entire building was forged from a special profound sky, and the ground was paved with golden bricks. At a glance, the golden light flickered, blinding one's eyes. Especially those pillars, which were several tens of feet wide. These pillars were actually made of special materials, and with a single glance, one could tell that they were not ordinary objects. Moreover, there were numerous pearls that were the size of a head embedded into the walls of the building. The entire building emanated the aura of a tycoon. Yi Xian gazed at the building before him and said in a low voice, Xiao Ta, my father lived here in the past? Xiao Ta fell silent for a short moment before he said, It really was here in the past. However, it was only an extremely simple and crude stone house at that time. Have we gone the wrong way? Yi Xian suddenly pointed at the top of the building. See that? There are 4 large words there. Yang Ye's former residence. Xiao Ta was speechless. Yi Xian said in a low voice, Xiao Ta, tell me the truth. Was my father really left to fend for himself when he was young? Or could it be that his method of being left to fend for himself is different from mine? Xiao Ta was speechless. At this moment, he was slightly dazed as well. How did it become like this? Meanwhile, a voice sounded out from the side. Brother, are you going to visit the Sword Emperor, Yang Ye's former residence? Yi Xian turned around and saw a young man standing not too far away. The young man wore a light yellow robe, and he held a folding fan in his hand. There were 2 black-robed old men following behind the young man. Both of them were expressionless, and it was obvious that they were experts. The young man walked over to Yi Xian and said with a smile, "I'm Yu Chuan. May I know your name?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "Yi Xian." Yi Xian. Yu Chuan smiled and said, "Brother Yi, do you want to go in and have a look with me?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "All right." Under Yu Chuan's lead, Yi Xian entered the building, and there were some comparatively simple household items placed within it. Yu Chuan grinned and said, "All of these were once used by Senior Yang Yi, and they have a very long history." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "The Sword Emperor?" Yu Chuan gazed at Yi Xian and said with a smile, "Is there a problem?" Yi Xian was slightly puzzled. Meanwhile, Xiao Ta suddenly said, "The Sword Emperor is the highest accomplishment a swordsman can attain in the Southern Territory. After Master left the Southern Territory, his current accomplishments aren't something that the people of the Southern Territory can imagine. Of course, in their eyes, they still think that Master is only the Sword Emperor." Yi Xian nodded lightly, and then he said with a smile, "No problem." Yu Chuan glanced at it, and then he withdrew his gaze and said with a smile, "Brother Yi, do you think we've made a legend of the Sword Emperor, Yang Yi?" Yi Xian gazed at Yu Chuan, and then Yu Chuan smiled lightly and said, "Actually, I really don't like this. The current imperial family is too exaggerated. I can't deny that the Sword Emperor, Yang Yi, was definitely a monstrous genius amongst monstrous geniuses in the past. However, the entire Southern Territory is singing his praises now, and they think he's the savior of the world." As he spoke, he glanced at the surroundings and smiled. Even the place he lived in has become a hallowed ground. Needless to say, it's very laughable and pitiable. Xiao Ta suddenly couldn't help but say, "Pitiable? Laughable? Damn it. If it wasn't for Master, then the third dimension would have been destroyed by Big Sister Tianming." Yu Chuan frowned slightly when he heard Xiao Ta, and then he gazed at Yi Xian's stomach and said, "Brother Yi, what's talking?" Xiao Ta said furiously, "You're the thing. I'm the #1 pagoda in all the worlds in the universe." Yu Chuan spoke indifferently. A Xiao Ta who possesses intelligence is quite rare. However, Xiao Ta, you're really too good at bragging. You're practically bragging to death. Xiao Ta was speechless. Yi Xian suddenly smiled and said, "Brother Yu Chuan, even though I don't really like legends as well, to be honest, all of you haven't made him a legend. Conversely, you've weakened him a little." Yu Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly. "Weakened him?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "Yes." Yu Chuan shook his head and smiled. "Brother Yi, you're too young." Yi Xian was speechless. Yu Chuan suddenly said, "Brother Yi, you seem to possess an extraordinary bearing, so I presume you're an ambitious person. Are you interested in following me?" Yi Xian looked at Yu Chuan and was stunned. "Follow you?" Yu Chuan smiled and said, "To be honest, I'm the third prince of the current dynasty. My ambition is to become the sovereign. Brother Yi, how about you follow me to create a great cause?" Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before saying, "Fight for the throne." Yu Chuan laughed heartily. "That's right." Yi Xian was silent. Yu Chuan sized up Yi Xian and said, "Brother Yi isn't a swordsman from the sword sect, right?" Yi Xian nodded. "Yes." Yu Chuan smiled faintly. "In that case, Brother Yi should be a rogue cultivator." Saying so, he took out a storage ring and placed it in front of Yi Xian. Then he smiled and said, "Brother Yi, this is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it." Yi Xian glanced at the storage ring. There were 10 spirit stones inside. They were the most common kind of spirit stones. The amount of spiritual energy in them was almost negligible. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before saying, "Brother Yu Chuan, what are you doing?" I don't deserve a reward. I don't dare to accept it." Saying so, he hurriedly pushed the storage ring back to Yu Chuan. Yu Chuan sneered in his heart. These swordsmen are really hypocrites. They obviously want it, but still refuse. Yu Chuan's face was full of smiles as he pretended to be displeased. "Brother Yi, do you think it's too little?" Yi Xian was speechless. "You really don't have enough." Yu Chuan said seriously, "Brother Yi, if you don't think it's too little, please accept it. I know it's not easy for you rogue cultivators. These spirit stones are just a small token of my appreciation. To tell you the truth, when I seize the throne in the future, there will be many more like this." As he spoke, he walked over to Yi Xian and smiled. "Brother Yi, let's join forces, and the future will be ours." Yi Xian was slightly embarrassed. Yu Chuan suddenly pointed at Yang Ye's statue in the distance, and then he said, "Brother Yi, so long as you're willing to fight, then nothing is impossible in the future. If you follow me and I seize the throne, then you'll have the support of the imperial family in the future. Coupled with your natural talent, Brother Yi, I dare say that you'll definitely be able to attain the heights of the Sword Emperor, Yang Yi. No, it's even possible for you to surpass him." Yi Xian was speechless. Xiao Tao suddenly said, "Young master, he's deceiving you." Yi Xian nodded. "I can tell." Yu Chuan grew more and more excited as he spoke. "Brother Yi, this opportunity doesn't come by again." Yi Xian fell silent. Yu Chuan suddenly withdrew a small cloth bag, and he placed it in front of Yi Xian. There were 10 spirit stones within the small cloth bag. Yu Chuan gazed at Yi Xian. "Brother Yi, my annual salary is only 20 spirit stones." Yi Xian was speechless. Yu Chuan grinned. "Brother Yi, there's no need to be too moved. It's merely 20 spirit stones. It's nothing." Yi Xian sighed lightly, and then he patted Yu Chuan on the shoulder lightly. "Listen to brother's advice. You can't hold on to the throne, so give it up." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. "Refuse." Yu Chuan stared fixedly at Yi Xian. He'd actually been so courteous, yet he'd actually been refused. This was an extraordinary humiliation. His blood immediately surged, and he couldn't help but speak fiercely. "My fate is up to me and not the heavens. Swordsman, since you look down on me today, then I'll make it so that you'll never be able to reach me in the future." Yi Xian staggered and almost fainted when he heard this. P.S. There are a few days every month where I don't feel like writing. I no longer have the drive I had when I was young. Back then, I'd break the chapters whenever I didn't like it, but now, I'm ashamed. Chapter 22:19. Defy the Heavens? Yi Xian was speechless. This Prince Yu Chuan is truly a genius. He actually wants to defy the heavens. Does this fellow really know what the heavens are? Many people in the mortal world are truly ignorant and useless, yet they shout about defying the heavens every single day. Really, everything depends on one's mouth, and one's mouth can do anything. Xiao Tao suddenly said, "Young master, he's like some people in the Milky Way galaxy. In the virtual world he strikes with force, but in reality he's a yes man." Yi Xian shook his head and smiled, and then he turned around to gaze at Yu Chuan, who had an extremely unsightly expression on his face. He sighed softly. "Brother Yu Chuan, I don't have any intention of looking down on you. I just feel that you're really unable to hold on to the throne." Yu Chuan ridiculed. "How laughable. A dignified prince like me needs an independent cultivator like you to do things for me?" Yi Xian shook his head, and then he suddenly turned around and clenched his left hand. Bang! Countless clouds in the distant sky suddenly shot down violently, and then they surged down towards Yi Xian like tidewater. When they arrived before the hall, all the clouds transformed into a sword that descended into Yi Xian's grasp. Yu Chuan's expression instantly changed violently when he witnessed this scene, and he moved backwards repeatedly. Yi Xian glanced at the statue of the green-clothed man, and then he smiled. "Brother Yu Chuan, I'll say it one more time. All of you didn't worship him, and not only did you not, you even greatly weakened him. Perhaps he's not a good person, but he really did save the three-dimensional universe." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Yu Chuan seemed as if he'd been frozen on the spot within the hall, and his face was covered in astonishment. A long time passed before he spoke with a trembling voice. "Is that the Sword Emperor?" Yi Xian looked down at the southern territory in the starry sky, and the entire southern territory seemed extremely tiny from his position. Yi Xian sighed softly. He'd originally come to see his father's past, and see if he could find some inspiration to attain insight. However, all he found was loneliness. Xiao Tao suddenly said, Young master, since you're here, then go pay your respects to Elder Mu. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Elder Mu. Xiao Ta said. Yes, he is a senior that master respects very much. Master treats him as his master. If not for him in the early stages, master would really be dead. His tomb is in the depths of the 100,000 mountains. You can pay your respects there. Yi Xian nodded. All right. With that, he disappeared on the spot. In the blink of an eye, he'd arrived at the depths of the Grand Myriad Mountains, and Yi Xian saw a tomb on the peak of a mountain. Yi Xian gazed at the tombstone. Elder Mu's grave. Disciple Yang Yi. There were only a few words and they were very simple. Yi Xian walked over to the tomb, and then Xiao Ta said in a light voice, the deaths of those two people were a huge blow to Master. The first was Master's mother, and the second was Elder Mu. After they died, Master's disposition became extremely extreme, and he didn't trust anyone besides Matriarch Su and Matriarch Si, or for a very long period of time. Actually, Master's life was really bitter. It wasn't just Master. Wasn't Big Sister Tian Ming quite miserable as well? Who would have imagined that the invincible Tian Ming had almost starved to death in a cave? As it spoke, it sighed lightly. If it said that the person who suffered the least was the unfettered one, that fellow was invincible since the Southern Territory began. And he was invincible until now. Big Brother. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. Needless to say, Big Brother's life was really legendary. A short while later, Yi Xian bowed deeply to the tombstone, and then he turned around and left. Right at this moment, a voice resounded from the side. Who are you? Yi Xian turned around and saw a woman walking over slowly from afar. The woman was tall and wore a black dress. Yi Xian sized her up and said, Who are you? The woman stared at Yi Xian for a long time before she said, You're his son. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. You know my father? The woman fell silent. Yi Xian asked in his heart, Xiao Ta, do you know her? Xiao Ta said, I know her. Yi Xian asked who. Xiao Ta said, in any case her relationship with Master isn't ordinary. Do as you see fit. Yi Xian. The woman suddenly spoke softly. Where is he now? Yi Xian shook his head. I don't know either. The woman looked at Yi Xian. Have you been left alone? Yi Xian's expression froze. The woman said, looking at your expression, it should be. Yi Xian nodded. Yes. The woman spoke softly. Will he come back here again? Yi Xian looked at the woman. This. How should I address you? It didn't seem very good to call her aunt. The woman shook her head and didn't speak. Yi Xian asked again. Are you waiting for Dad here? The woman nodded. Yi Xian continued to ask. How long have you waited? The woman spoke softly. Look, my hair has already turned white. Yi Xian glanced at the woman. Indeed, although the woman still looked young, her hair had already turned white. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then opened his palm, and a storage ring slowly floated in front of the woman. There are cultivation methods and cultivation resources in the storage ring. It can increase your lifespan and strength. The woman looked at Yi Xian. What's your name? Yi Xian smiled. Yi Xian. The woman frowned slightly. Not surnamed Yang? Yi Xian said. He left me alone in the Yi family, so. The woman nodded slightly. I understand. Yi Xian asked again. Are you still waiting? The woman nodded. Waiting until death. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he said, How about this? I'll remind Dad to come back and have a look when I see him next. With his current strength, it'll only take an instant for him to return here. A trace of light lit up in the woman's eyes when she heard this. All right? Yi Xian nodded. I'll tell him that someone is waiting for him here. The woman said, Thank you. Yi Xian said with a smile, Goodbye. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and flew on his sword, vanishing into the horizon. The woman looked up into the sky and remained silent for a long time. Yi Xian couldn't help but ask, Xiao Ta, who exactly is that woman? Xiao Ta said, In any case, she once had a dispute with Master. Alas, speaking of this, I have to say a few more things. In the past, Master's character was really extreme, and he was stubborn like a bull. Of course, this is related to his experiences. It's impossible for someone who grew up in such an environment to not be extreme. In terms of character, I think you're much better than him, young master. At the very least, you don't act rashly most of the time. In the past, Master was really the type of person who would kill your entire family at the slightest disagreement. He was just like a pervert. Yi Xian was speechless. Small Tower continued to say, "You're just flowery and showy, just like an idiot." Yi Xian said indifferently, "Xiao Ta, if I kill you, will I be able to attain the Tao?" Xiao Ta said, "It's useless to kill me. If you kill Master, you'll definitely attain the Tao." Yi Xian hurriedly said, "Don't talk nonsense. I've never thought of it that way." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and vanished into the horizon. In the western region. On this day, the strongest sect in the western region, the primordial sect, was on high alert, as if facing a great enemy. The Dao clan had returned. The sudden return of the Dao clan shocked all the forces in the dark observation cosmos. They were naturally familiar with the Dao clan. After all, they had joined forces to drive the Dao clan out of the dark observation cosmos. Now the Dao clan had made a comeback. In the sky above the primordial sect, Dao Ling stood quietly. Behind him were the 12 observer realm powerhouses. At this moment, an old man appeared in front of Dao Ling. This old man was the sect master of the primordial sect, and one of the strongest people in the dark observation cosmos. The sect master of the primordial sect looked at Dao Ling. "It seems that you're much stronger than your father was back then." Dao Ling said, "Today I'm here to collect a debt. Are you ready?" The sect master of the primordial sect stared at Dao Ling. He slowly clenched his right hand and was about to attack. At this moment, Dao Ling suddenly shook his head. "There's no rush." As soon as he finished speaking, an afterimage suddenly flashed over from afar. In the next moment, that afterimage had appeared in front of Dao Ling, and then he casually tossed a few hundred heads down from the sky. The eyes of the sect master of the primordial sect almost split apart from rage when he saw these heads. The Dao clan. Dao Ling gazed at him. "You intend to leave a spark for your primordial sect?" As he spoke, he shook his head slightly. "How could that be possible?" The sect master of the primordial sect spoke fiercely. "Members of the primordial sect, heed my command. We'll fight the Dao clan to the death." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward. In the distance, Dao Ling suddenly raised his right hand and pressed it down. Bang! The sect master of the primordial sect didn't even have the chance to react before he was blasted down to the ground by a mysterious force. Rumble! The sect master of the primordial sect fell into the primordial sect, and then the countless grand formations within the primordial sect exploded into pieces. Moreover, the sect master's body was blasted into pieces, and only his soul remained. He'd been killed in a single move. The experts of the primordial sect had astounded expressions on their faces when they witnessed this scene, and their eyes were filled with despair. Their formidable sect master was actually instantly killed by a single move. The sect master of the primordial sect raised his head to look at Dao Ling, and he was slightly dazed. "You. The insight realm. You've actually attained the insight realm." Dao Ling didn't answer him, and he just flicked his sleeve. Bang! The sect master of the primordial sect's soul was blasted into pieces, and he was obliterated. Dao Ling turned around and left. Don't let a single survivor of the primordial sect escape. It didn't take long for 12 extraordinary experts to charge into the primordial sect, and it wasn't long before numerous shrill and miserable cries resounded from within the sect. After Dao Ling left the primordial sect, he traversed the stars and arrived at the forbidden area of the far north. Presently, there were only two extraordinary powers left in the profound universe. One was the Time Court, and the other was the forbidden area. As soon as Dao Ling arrived at the forbidden area, a middle-aged man appeared before him. The middle-aged man gazed at Dao Ling. "A heaven defier." Dao Ling shook his head. "I don't really like that title. I'm just me, not a heaven defier." The middle-aged man chuckled and said, "You're very strong, but you have to admit that it's because of some sort of luck that you're able to be so monstrous. To put it simply, your strength isn't pure, is it?" Dao Ling said softly, This forbidden area is going to surprise me. The middle-aged man looked at Dao Ling. Let me experience the strength of a heaven defier of this generation. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly disappeared on the spot. Bang! In an instant, the entire Milky Way was destroyed. The Insight Realm. Not only that, but it was also the Insight Realm. Chapter 2220. Introspection. Dao Ling had to admit that the middle-aged man's strength had surprised him. It seemed like the forbidden area wasn't as simple as he'd thought. Dao Ling didn't think too much about it. He took a step forward, flipped his right hand, and swung it down. Boom. Space-time cracked open, and a giant hand with a primordial aura emerged from the crack. Then, it swept downwards with the intention of crushing the middle-aged man who was charging at it into pieces. The middle-aged man laughed coldly. He bent 3 fingers on his right hand and pressed it above his head. Boom. A golden light shot into the sky from his palm. The golden light contained boundless mysterious energy. Rumble. Suddenly, an explosion resounded throughout the entire universe. Waves of terrifying energy swept across the entire starry sky like waves. At this moment, the starry sky was like boiling water, violently surging and then collapsing. It was incomparably terrifying. Dao Ling's expression was calm. He waved his sleeve, and the terrifying waves of energy in front of him vanished instantly. In the distance, the middle-aged man smiled faintly and waved his right hand. The shock waves of energy around him instantly dissipated. The middle-aged man looked at Dao Ling and smiled. Introspection. I have to say that you've achieved introspection at such a young age. Moreover, you have such attainments. As expected of a heaven-defying person. Dao Ling looked behind the middle-aged man and said, It seems like you've been hiding your strength in the forbidden area. The middle-aged man shook his head. We didn't hide our strength. It's just that you never understood us. Dao Ling said. There's no need to understand us. Because all of you will vanish from this world very soon. The middle-aged man smiled. I can't do introspection. Dao Ling said, I'll try. With that, he took a step forward. Boom. The space-time beneath Dao Ling's feet cracked open. Then, the space-time in front of the middle-aged man shattered, and a fist shot forward. The fist burned with raging flames. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes. He opened his right hand and clenched it tightly. In an instant, countless mysterious substances condensed in his palm. After attaining the introspection state, one could extinguish substances. But what if the substances were strong enough? Water could extinguish a fire. However, if the fire grew too big, it might not be the same. The middle-aged man suddenly charged forward and punched. Boom. On the middle-aged man's fist, a terrifying power poured out like a tidal wave. In an instant, the entire galaxy was destroyed. Rumble. The two of them collided head-on once more, but in the next moment, the middle-aged man retreated explosively for hundreds of kilometers. As soon as he stopped, his right hand was incinerated into nothingness by a mysterious force. The middle-aged man lifted his head and looked at Dao Ling in the distance. There was a hint of seriousness in his eyes. The Great Path's fire. Dao Ling did not waste any time. He took a step forward and threw another punch. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes. He opened his palm and a long spear appeared in his hand. In the next moment, he leaped up and stabbed with his spear. Chi. Sky-splitting spear. Dao Ling's expression was calm. When the spear arrived in front of him, he suddenly clenched his right hand tightly and punched out. A simple punch. However, this punch instantly turned the starry sky within a radius of several million zhang into dust. Erased. Rumble. The middle-aged man was blasted over 30 kilometers away along with his spear. As soon as he stopped moving, the spear in his hand had shattered into pieces. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed when he witnessed this scene. And then he raised his head to gaze at Dao Ling suddenly. He raised his head, and then a palm swept down towards him. The middle-aged man's pupils constricted, and then he crossed his arms. Defend. Bang. In an instant, countless strands of energy converged around him. Rumble. As soon as the palm descended, the The middle-aged man was blasted into a mysterious world of space. His eyes were filled with shock when he stopped moving. The world of death. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man's face started to age swiftly. Moreover, his body even emanated an extremely disgusting stench. The 5 heavenly blight. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for an expert at his level to experience the 5 heavenly blight. However, this was the world of death. What was the world of death? It was a world that didn't have any material substance. Nothing existed in this world, and there was only the legendary energy of time. The passage of time. Could anyone in the world resist the passage of time? At this moment, the middle-aged man was slightly panicked. He hadn't expected that Dao Ling's strength would be so terrifying that it had actually blasted him into the world of death. If he didn't leave as soon as possible, then even he would become a speck of dust in 15 minutes. Because even he wouldn't be able to resist the energy of time. The middle-aged man suddenly smashed his right fist forward, and a powerful force surged out from within it. However, it vanished in the next moment. Anything that appeared in this world would be corroded by time, and become a thing of the past. At this moment, the middle-aged man was truly panicking. The greatest threat to an observer realm expert was time. The middle-aged man looked up at Dao Ling and spoke fiercely. You want to destroy my forbidden area? Not to mention you. Even you and that piece of trash from the mandate of heaven together wouldn't be able to destroy it. Yi Xian was speechless. Dao Ling gazed at the middle-aged man in silence. Something unexpected occurred when the middle-aged man was about to vanish completely. A hand suddenly stretched into the world of death, and then it forcefully pulled the middle-aged man out. At the same time, the hand suddenly swung in Dao Ling's direction. Bang! A strand of energy swept out like a torrent. Dao Ling frowned slightly from afar, and then he raised his right hand to block it. Bang! An explosion resounded abruptly, and then Dao Ling was blasted 30 kilometers away in the next moment. Dao Ling frowned slightly after he stopped moving, and then he gazed into the distance. There was a figure standing by the middle-aged man's side. It was a young man. It wasn't his main body. The young man wore simple white clothes, and his long hair hung loosely behind him. There was a trace of a smile on his face, and there was a trace of a playful expression in his smile. The white-clothed man sized up Dao Ling, and then he smiled. You're the heaven-defying figure of this generation. He shook his head slightly as he spoke. You're nothing much. Dao Ling gazed at the white-clothed man and suddenly smashed his fist forward. Hiss! A flaming fist suddenly swept through the surroundings, and then it instantly arrived before the white-clothed man. The white-clothed man chuckled and pointed his finger forward. Bang! The flaming fist shattered and was obliterated. On the other hand, the white-clothed man was completely unharmed. The white-clothed man waved his right hand lightly, and then he shook his head. How boring! I thought you and the Destined One would be able to give me a pleasant surprise. But now it seems like both of you are idiots. How can the two of you be equally as famous as me? In the distant starry sky, Yi Xian suddenly sneezed and he frowned slightly. Xiao Ta, it seems like someone is scolding me. Xiao Ta said, Who? Yi Xian shook his head. I don't know. In any case, it's definitely scolding me. I have a premonition. Xiao Ta said. Then what are you going to do? Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he said, I'm going to scold them back, of course. Fuck their ancestors. Xiao Ta was speechless. Dao Ling's eyes narrowed slightly. Outside the rules. The white-clothed man smiled. I was born invincible. Dao Ling frowned slightly. The white-clothed man turned to look at the middle-aged man. Where's the Destined One? The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment, and then he said, He was at the Celestial Treasure Pavilion just now. I don't know where he is now. As he spoke, a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. Young master, this person isn't worthy of your attention at all. According to what I know, he's only at the divine transformation realm. Moreover, he's so showy and indecent. The white-clothed man said indifferently, Since he's able to become the Destined One, how could he be as useless as you say? The middle-aged man hurriedly nodded. Yes. It's my fault for being too narrow-minded. Young master is right. The white-clothed man turned to look at Dao Ling in the distance, and then he smiled. I know you didn't use your full strength just now. Come, use your authority. Let me see if you're qualified for my main body to find you. Dao Ling glanced at the white-clothed man, and then he suddenly vanished on the spot. Bang! In an instant, the entire Milky Way started to burn. Everything started to be destroyed, including the Milky Way's river of time. Everything was destroyed. In the distance, the white-clothed man's eyes narrowed slightly. He suddenly took a step forward and pointed a finger forward. Bang! This finger forcefully blocked Dao Ling's terrifying punch. However, in the next moment, the white-clothed man's soul started to disappear at a speed visible to the naked eye. The white-clothed man frowned slightly. He suddenly retracted his hand and flashed backwards. This flash brought him tens of thousands of feet away. When he stopped, his soul was almost transparent. He had not been able to withstand that punch just now. The white-clothed man looked at Dao Ling and smiled. Interesting. Haha. Dao Ling's face was expressionless as he slowly clenched his right hand. The white-clothed man suddenly shook his head. That's all for today. Heaven-defying person, I'll find you and the destined one another day. I'll personally kill both of you. During this period of time, you and the destined one must work hard. Haha. After saying that, his body gradually disappeared. Before he disappeared, the white-clothed man still wanted to say something. In the distance, Dao Ling suddenly punched out. Bang! The white-clothed man directly disappeared. Dao Ling was expressionless. Nonsense. On the side, the middle-aged man stared at Dao Ling. Clan leader Dao Ling, young master will personally find you. After saying that, he gradually became illusory. Soon he completely disappeared. Dao Ling took a step forward. This step brought him directly to the Forbidden Land. After entering the Forbidden Land, he frowned slightly. This was because he realized that there was no aura of living beings in the entire Forbidden Land. All of them had left. The middle-aged man just now was actually stalling for time. Dao Ling remained silent for a moment before turning around and leaving. On the other side, Yi Xian had just returned to the boundless thousand domains when Elder Zhang appeared in front of him. Elder Zhang said in a deep voice, "Young Master Yi, the person outside the rules has appeared." Yi Xian was slightly stunned. Then he asked who. Elder Zhang's expression was rather solemn. Shi Tian, the heir of the Shi family who controls 800 galaxies. He is said to be invincible since he was born. In his entire life, he has never been defeated by someone of the same level. Not only that, but he has also never been defeated by someone of a higher level. As he said that, he looked at Yi Xian. The person outside the rules, the heaven-defying person, the destined one. The three of you have appeared in the same era. This is not a good thing. Yi Xian was silent. Chapter 22-21. Outside the rules? What is outside the rules? Just like Big Brother Unfettered One. Big Brother is truly invincible. Yi Xian remained silent. He didn't underestimate Shi Tian because he'd already met Dao Ling, and he'd experienced Shi Tian's strength. Even now, he didn't have the confidence to defeat Shi Tian. At this time, old Zhang said, "Young Master Yi, you have to be careful. He seems to be here to kill you." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "Kill me? Why?" Old Zhang smiled bitterly. He said that you and Dao Ling aren't qualified to be on equal footing with him. Therefore, he wants to kill the two of you. Yi Xian said. Just because of this? Old Zhang said in a deep voice. Young Master Yi, do you think this way of thinking is childish? Yi Xian nodded. A little. Old Zhang shook her head. This matter isn't that simple. He came to kill the two of you. It seems to be a battle of wills, but in reality, it's a battle of karmic luck. You, Dao Ling, and him have all occupied a portion of the heaven and earth karmic luck. If you don't have karmic luck, you won't be able to reach this level. He is the same. Therefore, he is fighting for karmic luck, fighting for the eternal invincibility of the great Tao. Karmic luck? Yi Xian was a little puzzled. Senior, is the karmic luck you speak of luck? Old Zhang shook her head and smiled. Actually, you can say it that way. But strictly speaking, it's the karmic luck of the Great Tao. The so-called karmic luck of the Great Tao is the karmic luck written by Dadaobi. Whoever it supports, that person will have the karmic luck of the Great Tao. As he said this, he paused for a moment and said, "The above words are what the pavilion master told me to tell you." She told young Master Yi to be extremely careful and not underestimate the battle of karmic luck this time. You might not die, but if you lose, you will never be able to bear the consequences. Yi Xian frowned slightly. What consequences? Old Zhang said in a deep voice. Something like this happened in the past. It was between your father, and that unfettered swordsman. Regarding what happened in the past, the pavilion master said that you can ask Xiao Ta. Xiao Ta. Xiao Ta suddenly sighed softly. Yi Xian said in a low voice. Xiao Ta, why are you sighing? Xiao Ta said in a low voice. Young master, if it's really as Sister Qin Guan said, then this matter is really very serious. You can't lose. Yi Xian asked. What do you mean? Xiao Ta's tone became somewhat solemn. Do you know how many people died in that battle? Master's family, the two elder sisters Tian Ming, Tian Xiu, Bai Tian, Arya and Little White were almost killed. Not only them, even Master was almost killed back then. Although Master didn't die, the people around him almost died. Furthermore, there was something special back then. Sister Tian Ming had already broken through, and was not in the mood to kill anymore. Her goal was to find you, otherwise. At this point it did not continue. Yi Xian was silent. Xiao Ta said again, Young master, this time is different from the past. You must treat it with caution. Actually, I understand what Sister Qin Guan meant when she said that you must fight for this thing. If you don't fight for it, you will lose a lot. Moreover, if you don't fight for it, you will die because others will not let you go. Many times there is no right or wrong. If you hinder others, others will deal with you. It's that simple. Yi Xian nodded slightly. I understand. As he said, he looked at old Zhang. Senior, can you help me pass a message to that Shirtian? Old Zhang hesitated for a moment and then said, harsh words. Yi Xian shook his head. Tell him that I admire the Dao clan's patriarch, Dao Ling, very, very much. I think he is the #1 monstrous genius since ancient times. If he wants to fight for the fate with my brother Ling, he is daydreaming. He is not even fit to carry my brother Ling's shoes. Old Zhang's expression froze. Yi Xian said seriously, You must pass it to me. As he said, he turned and left. Old Zhang. In the distance, Xiao Ta said in a low voice, Young master, didn't you say that you would stop being fancy? Yi Xian stopped and sighed softly. Xiao Ta, do you know what intelligence is? Xiao Ta hesitated for a moment and then said, I am just a Ta. Yi Xian. After a moment, Yi Xian said seriously, Xiao Ta, I don't want to rely on Qing and Dad now. Under such circumstances, if I provoke this Shirtian and the Shir clan too early, what will the result be? I will definitely be beaten up. At that time, I will risk my life, burn my soul, self-detonate. In the end, I will have no choice but to let Qing come out to deal with it, and then Qing will come out and start a massacre. As he said, he shook his head slightly. Don't you get tired of this routine? Xiao Ta. Yi Xian continued. I can't beat him now, so why should I provoke him? Isn't it better to develop a little? Xiao Ta hesitated for a moment and said, True experts disdain to play tricks. Yi Xian asked, Then what do you play? Xiao Ta said, Play with your life. Yi Xian smiled. Dad was like that in the past, right? Xiao Ta said, Yes. Yi Xian said, You told me a lot on the way to the three-dimensional universe with you. I remember one thing, that group of experts from Profounder Continent detonated themselves to fight the Tendo of the hallowed grounds. It was the group of experts from Qin Guan's father's group. Dad joined forces with them to fight the Tendo. Countless defiant experts perished, but Dad was still alive. Why? Xiao Ta hesitated for a moment and said, Because Master's father, Yang Wudi, saved him. Yi Xian asked, What would have happened to Dad if he didn't have such a formidable father? If Dad didn't have you and Snowy all those years ago, if Dad didn't have Elder Mu? Xiao Ta was speechless. Yi Xian didn't say another word, and he just turned around and left. He understood everything, but he didn't want to care about it. He just wanted to change himself. That was all. Since he wasn't confident in Qing, and his father, then he had to change himself. He had to figure out what enemies he could and couldn't offend, and he couldn't be brainless and take the initiative to offend enemies. When one's strength hadn't arrived at the peak of the world like Qing, one's brain was extremely important to one's life. What was flashy? Since he couldn't win, he still went to provoke others. That was showy. If one's strength wasn't enough, then one had to use their brains. Was there something wrong with that? Yi Xian returned to the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Now the 12th floor had become his residence. Every day, when he was free, he would read and relax. On this day, the Time Master suddenly arrived at the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. Seeing Yi Xian, the Time Master hurried over and said with a trembling voice, "Young Master Yi, save my Time God Court." Yi Xian asked, "What's wrong?" The Time Master's face was pale. "The Tao race wants to destroy my Time Court." Hearing this, Yi Xian frowned. "Destroy your Time Court?" The Time Master nodded. "Yes." Saying this, he bowed deeply. "Please save us, young Master Yi." Yi Xian said, "According to what I know, a few great powers of the Dark Observer universe destroyed the Tao ancestors back then." The Time Master hurriedly shook his head. "My Time Court didn't participate in that battle. I hadn't fully matured yet, and it was the Tao Lord who participated." Yi Xian was puzzled. "Since you didn't participate, why would they want to destroy you?" The Time Master smiled bitterly. "They want to dominate the Dark Observer universe." Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he put down the ancient book in his hand. "Come, let's go to your Time Court." Hearing this, the Time Master was stunned, and then he said with a trembling voice, "Young Master Yi is willing to help." Yi Xian nodded. "You've helped me quite a bit in the past. Now that you're in trouble, how can I just sit by and do nothing? Let's go." With that, he got up and left. The Time Master fell silent for a moment, and then he smiled slightly. Good karma from back then, good karma today. It didn't take long for Yi Xian and the Time Master to arrive at Time City. At this moment, some experts of the Tao race had already gathered here, but Dao Ling wasn't there. Obviously, the Tao race didn't care about the Time Court. In the sky, Yi Xian arrived before the experts of the Tao race, and his gaze fell on the old man in the lead. The old man looked at Yi Xian with a calm expression. Yi Xian smiled slightly. "The Tao race wants to destroy the Time Court?" The old man nodded. "Yes." Yi Xian nodded. "Then let's fight." With that, he opened his palm, and a sword appeared in it. The old man frowned slightly. "Person of the Mandate of Heaven, why are you interfering in this matter?" Yi Xian smiled. "The Time Master has helped me quite a bit in the past, and I can't be ungrateful, can I?" The old man looked at Yi Xian. "Are you really going to interfere in this matter?" Obviously, he was somewhat fearful of Yi Xian, the person of the Mandate of Heaven. Yi Xian smiled slightly. "Yes." The old man's eyes narrowed slightly. "Please enlighten me." With that, he took a step forward. With that step, the starry sky distorted. An endless power surged from all directions. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly slashed down with his sword, and it was just a simple slash. Chi. The heavens and earth split apart, and with it, the distorted starry sky and the surroundings also split apart. Destroy matter. In the distance, the old man slowly clenched his right fist, and there was a trace of seriousness in his eyes. Visualization. Yi Xian walked slowly towards the old man with a calm expression, and he walked very slowly. However, an invisible sword force directly enveloped the old man. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly, and he was just about to attack when he suddenly frowned slightly. In the next moment, he looked at Yi Xian. "I'll give you face." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and vanished with all the experts of the Tao race. On the spot, Yi Xian frowned slightly. Why did they suddenly leave? Yi Xian pondered deeply for a moment, yet he still couldn't figure it out. However, he didn't think too much about it and just turned around and left. On the other side, in the starry sky, the old man who led the group just now led all the experts of the Tao race and bowed slightly towards someone not too far away. Standing before them was none other than Dao Ling. The old man hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Clan leader, is there a deeper meaning to giving face to the person of the mandate of heaven?" Dao Ling looked up into the distant starry sky and said softly, "I've already found the location of the Shi clan. Go there on my behalf and tell them that the person of the mandate of heaven is someone that I, Dao Ling, respect. If Shi Tian dares to cause trouble for him, I, Dao Ling, will not let him off even if I become a ghost." The old man was speechless. Chapter 22-22. An unknown starfield. There was an extremely enormous planet in this starfield, and there were hundreds of planets of various sizes revolving around this planet. If one looked carefully, one would notice that these planets were actually an enormous formation. A formation formed from the starfield. There was a clan on the largest planet. The Shi clan. Within the city, a young man sat cross-legged on the ground, and there were two old men standing by his side. Both of them were at the Insight realm. The young man was Shi Tian. Before Shi Tian had appeared, the Shi clan was already an extraordinary clan that controlled 800 starfields. Besides the ancient Zhou clan, they were invincible throughout the universe. Now, an extraordinary genius like Shi Tian had appeared in the Shi clan, and the Shi clan could even look directly at the Zhou clan. Presently, the Shi clan's protection of Shi Tian could be described as abnormal, because so long as Shi Tian was here, then completely surpassing the Zhou clan was only a matter of time. Meanwhile, a black-robed old man walked over slowly to Shi Tian, and then the black-robed old man bowed slightly. "Young master, the chosen one and the heaven-defying one have sent letters." Shi Tian, who sat cross-legged on the ground, opened his eyes and smiled. "A letter for me?" The black-robed old man nodded. "Yes." Shi Tian received the letter and opened it. After a long time he sneered. The two of them really appreciate each other. Meanwhile, a refined old man behind Shi Tian took the letter and read it, and then he said after a short moment, "Both of them want to ask young master to find the other first so that they can buy some time for themselves." Shi Tian smiled. "How could I not understand? How interesting. Do they think I'm an idiot?" The refined old man shook his head slightly. "It's not that simple." Shi Tian gazed at the refined old man. "Teacher, did you notice anything else?" The refined old man spoke lightly. "They might join forces." "Join forces?" Shi Tian frowned. "They're both geniuses of the heavens. It can't be right?" The refined old man shook his head slightly. "Under normal circumstances they wouldn't. But if you're too strong, then they might join forces." Shi Tian spoke in a low voice. "Where's their pride?" The refined old man shook his head. "All of that is empty. A moment of laughter is nothing, and the one who laughs in the end is the true winner. Both of them see it very clearly." Shi Tian was silent. The old man continued. "Although the divination cosmos is inferior to the heavenly cycle cosmos, don't forget that the mysterious pavilion master came from there. Moreover, according to what we know, she has created a brand new realm, and it's called the Passage of Time." "Time?" Shi Tian frowned slightly. "Teacher, who exactly is this pavilion master?" The elegant old man shook his head. "I don't know." Shi Tian was silent. The scholarly old man continued. "You are competing with the heaven-defying man and the mandate of heaven. What you are competing for is luck. Therefore, the three of you will have to fight. Right now the two of them are weak, so it's the best time to kill them. However, if you go personally, the two of them will definitely join forces." Shi Tian sneered. "Why should I be afraid?" The elegant old man frowned slightly. "How many times have I told you? It's good to be confident, but don't underestimate anyone in the world. Moreover, those two aren't ordinary people." Shi Tian nodded slightly. "Teacher is right." The elegant old man nodded. "Remember, you can't be too complacent. If you are, then you will regress. The current you is practically invincible in the younger generation. However, your mental state is still slightly flawed, and that is your weakness." Shi Tian nodded. "This disciple will remember." The elegant old man opened his palm, and two scrolls slowly floated over to Shi Tian. These are the information about those two people. Read through them. Shirtian nodded, received the scrolls, and then started to read through them. The elegant old man retreated silently. Before long, the elegant old man arrived in a starry sky. Not too far away, he saw a woman. The woman wore a simple cotton dress and carried a small sack on her shoulder. The elegant old man bowed slightly. Pavilion Master Qingguan, please wait a moment. In the distance, Qingguan stopped. She turned around to look at the elegant old man and smiled. Is something the matter? The elegant old man bowed slightly once more. Shiru greets Pavilion Master Qin. Qingguan smiled. You're from the Shi clan. The elegant old man nodded. I am. Qingguan nodded slightly. Do you have something the matter? Shiru hesitated for a moment and said, the Shi clan would like to invite Pavilion Master Qin to be a guest of the Shi clan. I wonder if Pavilion Master Qin has the time? Qingguan shook her head. I don't. I still have many things to attend to. As she spoke, she looked at Shiru and smiled. Get straight to the point. Shiru bowed deeply. I would like to ask Pavilion Master Qin to provide guidance to my student Shirtian. Qingguan blinked. You mean that person who doesn't abide by the rules, right? Shiru hurriedly nodded. Exactly. Qingguan shook her head. Shiru was astounded. Qingguan smiled. Your Excellency, I still have matters to attend to. Farewell. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and left. Shiru suddenly said, as far as I know, Pavilion Master Qin has provided guidance to the chosen one, Yi Xian. Qingguan stopped and smiled. He's a super distinguished guest of my Immortal Treasure Pavilion. Is there a problem with me providing guidance to him? Shiru looked at Qingguan. Pavilion Master Qin, have you chosen the chosen one in the karmic luck of the Grand Tao? Qingguan shook her head. I have no intention of interfering in their struggle. Me providing guidance to young Master Yi is my own business, and it has nothing to do with your Shi clan. Shiru hesitated for a moment, and then she said, Pavilion Master Qin, I have no intention of offending you. Qingguan nodded lightly, and then she turned around and left. Shiru wanted to say something but hesitated. It didn't take long for Qingguan to vanish into the distance. At this time, an old man appeared in front of Shiru. The old man looked at Qingguan, who stood at the end of the starry sky in the distance, and his gaze flickered. Old Ru, didn't this girl say that she never cultivates? Why don't we? Shiru suddenly turned around and slapped the old man. Slap. The old man was directly slapped, flying hundreds of kilometers away. The old man was stunned. Shiru glanced coldly at the old man, who was still stunned. She said that she never cultivates, and you believe her? If she doesn't cultivate, how can she walk around in the endless starry sky? If she doesn't cultivate, how can she wander around blindly with treasures? Can you have some brains? The old man was speechless. Shiru looked up at Qingguan, who stood at the end of the starry sky in the distance, and he remained silent. Pavilion Master Qin. Whether she was strong or not, he didn't know. In any case, she dared to wander around in the starry sky with treasures all over her body, and nothing happened to her. This was outrageous. Moreover, the Immortal Treasure Pavilion was open to all the heavens, and even the Zhou clan made an exception to allow Pavilion Master Qin to open the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, and even gave her countless benefits and conveniences. Although the Shi clan wasn't afraid of such a person, they didn't dare to rashly provoke her. A moment later, Shiru turned around and left. At the end of the starry sky in the distance, Qingguan suddenly stopped and turned around. Not far away, a woman in a purple dress stood there. The woman held a black folding fan in her hand, and there was a faint smile on her face. The corners of the woman's mouth curled up slightly. Qingguan, long time no see. Qingguan smiled and said, Zhouyu. The woman named Zhouyu walked up to Qingguan and said with a smile, I thought you wouldn't come. Qingguan smiled and said, I went back to meet someone. Zhouyu blinked. Oh. Qingguan smiled slightly. The son of my father's friend. Let me tell you, that young Master Yi is really thick-skinned. He's really fun to play with. If you meet him in the future, you'll definitely like to be friends with him. He's like you, cheerful. Young Master Yi. Zhouyu secretly remembered this name. then smiled and said, "Will you be staying for a few more days this time?" Qingguan shook her head. "I can't. I still have something to do." Zhou Yu was a little curious. "What is it?" Qingguan smiled and said, "Establishing a heart for the universe." Hearing this, Zhou Yu was stunned. Qingguan smiled slightly. "Zhou Yu will meet again if fate wills it." With that, she turned around and left. Zhou Yu suddenly said, "Qingguan, are you going to keep going like this?" Qingguan nodded. "Yes." Zhou Yu smiled and said, "Won't it be too boring to be alone?" Qingguan smiled and said, "A little, but it's also free." With that, she waved her hand. "We'll meet again if fate wills it. We'll meet again if fate wills it." Zhou Yu was silent. Her intuition told her that they might never meet again. After a long time, Zhou Yu turned around and left. "In 2 hours, I want to see all the information about that young Master Yi in the Dark Universe." Dark Universe. In the study, Yi Xian was quietly reading some of the books left behind by Qingguan. Although these books were written in the Milky Way's language, it was too easy for him to master a language. Yi Xian was a little engrossed in reading. Especially those written by Qingguan, they were extremely valuable. Right at this moment, Yi Xian frowned slightly. He raised his head and saw 2 old men standing not too far away from him. Both of them were at the Insight Realm. Yi Xian put down the book in his hand and said, "You two are?" The old man in the lead said in a hoarse voice, "Let's go somewhere else." With that, he and the old man beside him vanished on the spot. After the 2 of them left, Yi Xian picked up the ancient book and continued reading. Xiao Tao suddenly reminded, "Young master, they want you to go out and talk." Yi Xian shook his head. Xiao Tao was puzzled. "Why not?" Yi Xian said indifferently, "They might want to beat me up." Xiao Tao was speechless. Right at this moment, the 2 old men from before appeared in the study again, and the old man in the lead stared at Yi Xian. "Let's talk somewhere else." Yi Xian smiled and said, "If you have something to say, then say it here." The old man fell silent. Yi Xian blinked. "You're not going to say it?" The old man said in a low voice. "Let's go somewhere else." Yi Xian shook his head. "No." The old man was speechless. Yi Xian suddenly asked, "You're from the Shi clan, right?" The old man's eyes narrowed slightly, and he was quite frank. "Yes." Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "Where's that young master of yours, Shi Tian? Isn't he coming to find us? Why did he send you here?" The old man stared at Yi Xian. "Let's go somewhere else." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "Isn't the struggle for karmic luck between us and your young master? Does your Shi clan intend to interfere?" The old man ridiculed. "Who said that clans can't be used in the struggle for karmic luck? Don't you know that clans and backgrounds are also a form of one's own strength?" Yi Xian fell silent for a moment, and then he said, "I originally wanted to live a low life and experience the hardships of life. But since you said that, then I'll lay my cards on the table. Actually, I'm the 2nd generation." As his voice fell, he opened his palm, and the green profound sword appeared in his hand. Boom. Yi Xian directly reached the Vipassana realm. The 2 old men were stunned. Boom. At this moment, Yi Xian directly reached the time realm from the Vipassana realm. The eyes of the old man in the lead widened. F***CK. Chapter 22-23. Directly reaching the time realm. The 2 elders felt as if they had been struck by lightning, and their minds went blank. What was going on? At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly disappeared. The 2 of them did not dare to make a move in the study, but he did. The moment Yi Xian disappeared, the 2 elders' pupils constricted. How fast was Yi Xian's speed now? Surpassing everything. The old man in the lead suddenly raised his arms to block, and a terrifying force swept out from within his body. However, as soon as this force appeared, it was directly shattered by Yi Xian's azure sword as if it was cutting tofu. Chi. The elder was directly dismembered by Yi Xian's sword. And that was not the end. After dismembering the elder, he suddenly swept his sword horizontally. Boom. The other elder was directly dismembered by the green profound sword. In front of Yi Xian, The soul of the elder who was dismembered by Yi Xian's sword rapidly dissipated. He looked at Yi Xian in disbelief. What happened to you? Yi Xian smiled. That's what happened. The elder roared. You cheated. Yi Xian frowned. Didn't you say that family background and backing are also a kind of strength? I used the sword my younger sister made for me. That is also a kind of strength. Elder. Yi Xian smiled. Have a safe journey. After saying that, he slashed out with his sword. The elder was instantly dismembered. At this moment, Old Zhang appeared at the door. Old Zhang hesitated for a moment, then said, They are all dead? Yi Xian nodded. Old Zhang bowed slightly. Sorry for disturbing. After saying that, he turned and left. Outside the door, Old Zhang leaned against the wall, her face blank. Is this what the pavilion master meant by cheating? That's great. I want to have it too. One had to say. Old Zhang was dumbfounded at this moment. 2 Insight Realm experts. And they were gone just like that. This was ridiculous. In the study, Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground and looked at the azure profound sword in his hand. Xiaotao suddenly asked, Do you regret it? Yi Xian shook his head. Xiaotao was puzzled. That is. Yi Xian grinned. This feels great. Xiaotao. Yi Xian suddenly sighed in a low voice. If he were to fight with his own strength, he definitely wouldn't be able to defeat the 2 of them. He didn't even have the confidence to defeat one of them. However, when he used the Qingxian sword, he could instantly kill a cultivator in the insight state. Time. In front of the power of time, the insight state was like an ant. If I can't beat him, I'll rely on my sister to kill him in one move. After a long moment of silence, Yi Xian shook his head lightly, and then he put away the azure profound sword. Xiaotao said, Young lord, aren't you going to use the green profound sword? Yi Xian thought for a while, and then said, If the enemy isn't too much, I won't use the green profound sword. Xiaotao was a little curious. What you said isn't too much. What would be considered too much? Yi Xian said calmly, Gang up on people like me. Xiaotao said, I understand. Yi Xian suddenly got up and left. After a while, he came to a river and laid on the ground. Then he smeared some blood on his body, making himself look like he was seriously injured. Xiaotao was a little puzzled. Young lord, what are you doing? Yi Xian said, Don't speak. Xiaotao. At this time, a terrifying aura suddenly appeared in the sky. The next moment, the space-time was torn apart, and an old man walked out. The old man's gaze directly fell on Yi Xian. Where are they? Below, Yi Xian hurriedly got up and looked at the old man with caution. You. Who are you? The old man frowned slightly. You're that person with the mandate of heaven? Yi Xian was a little afraid. You. Brother Daoling. After saying that, he suddenly turned and ran. He was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the horizon. On the spot, the old man was a little confused. He escaped? He escaped just like that? After a while, the old man shook his head. What the hell? How can someone like him be called the person with the mandate of heaven? After saying that, he disappeared on the spot and headed towards the Dao clan. The Dao clan. The old man directly charged into the Dao clan, and his right hand pressed down. Boom. A terrifying pressure swept down from the sky. In an instant, the entire world within the Dao clan boiled. At this time, a figure rushed up from below. Boom. In the sky, the terrifying pressure suddenly vanished like smoke in thin air. The old man looked at Dao Ling, who was not far away. Where are the people from my Shi clan? Hearing that, Dao Ling frowned slightly. What the hell? The old man stared at Dao Ling. You killed them. Dao Ling was slightly puzzled. What are you talking about? A ferocious look flashed in the old man's eyes. You're still playing the fool? Die. After saying that, he suddenly disappeared on the spot. The space-time in front of Dao Ling suddenly exploded. In the next moment, a terrifying force swept over. Dao Ling's face instantly turned gloomy when he saw that. He took a step forward, pressed his right hand together, and pointed forward. After that, he punched again. Rumble. The space-time in front of Dao Ling shattered and was obliterated, and the old man was blasted tens of thousands of meters away. As soon as he stopped, Dao Ling disappeared on the spot again. The old man's pupils constricted, and he blocked with his arms. Boom! A terrifying force blasted against the old man's arms. Rumble! The old man's arms shattered, and then he was pushed back tens of thousands of meters. As soon as he stopped, he suddenly raised his head. At this moment, Dao Ling had appeared above him, and a ferocious look flashed in Dao Ling's eyes. Get lost! As soon as he spoke, he suddenly stomped his foot. Boom! Countless experts of the Dao race watched as space was instantly obliterated where Dao Ling's foot landed, and it transformed into an immaterial area. The old man moved over 30 kilometers back, and he just stopped when a fist suddenly smashed down towards him. Bang! Everyone watched as the old man transformed into nothingness, and was forcefully obliterated. An expert at the Insight realm had been crushed. Countless experts of the Dao race felt their blood boil as they watched the scene. Their patriarch had actually used 5 moves to kill an expert at the Insight realm. His strength was invincible. Dao Ling suddenly said, "Investigate why he came here." An old man who stood behind him left without making a sound. It wasn't long before the old man appeared here once more, and he bowed slightly. Patriarch, according to our knowledge, 2 experts of the Shi clan went in search of Yi Xian just now, but they suddenly vanished. On the other hand, he first went to look for Yi Xian, but we don't know why he came to our Dao race. It's definitely because of Yi Xian. As he spoke, the old man spoke with slight rage. That kid is truly inhuman. Yi Xian. Dao Ling fell silent for a moment before he said, "The Shi clan probably intends to act against us." The old man was slightly puzzled. "Patriarch, there's no enmity between us and the Shi clan, so why are they targeting us?" Dao Ling slowly closed his eyes. The struggle for karmic luck. The struggle for karmic luck. He knew that the battle for karmic luck was unavoidable. Only the living could enjoy all the karmic luck of the Grand Dao. The old man spoke in a low voice. "Patriarch, then what should we do now?" Dao Ling's face was emotionless. "Head to the universe." The old man was astounded. "To the universe?" Dao Ling nodded slightly. They had to head to the universe, otherwise, the battlefield would be at the Dark Observance universe. At that time, it would be extremely disadvantageous to the Dao race. Presently, the Dao race had just risen to prominence, and it couldn't endure the torment of the Shi clan. The old man intended to say something, but Dao Ling suddenly said, "I've made up my mind. Dao Chu, from this moment onward, you're the vice patriarch of our Dao race, and everyone in the race must obey your orders." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished into the horizon. Dao Chu looked up into the sky while worry filled his eyes. Somewhere by a river, Yi Xian, who was lying on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes. Not far in front of him stood a man. It was Dao Ling. Dao Ling looked at Yi Xian, not saying a word. Yi Xian smiled. "So it's the patriarch of the Dao race. I've heard a lot about you." Dao Ling went straight to the point. "The Shi clan won't let us go. Instead of waiting for them to come, why don't we go and find them directly?" Yi Xian smiled slightly. "You're afraid that the battlefield will be at the Dark Observance universe, because if the battlefield is at the Dark Observance universe, it will be extremely disadvantageous to your Dao race. You should know that your Dao race has just returned from the burial ground, and what you need is time to develop, right?" Dao Ling nodded. "Yes." Yi Xian smiled. "You're quite honest." Dao Ling looked at Yi Xian. "This time 3 of their Vipassars have died. Next time it might be time, or even stronger. Are you sure you want to sit here and wait for death?" Yi Xian fell silent. Dao Ling continued. "Just tell me, do you feel good seeing that Shi Tian?" Yi Xian grinned. "I don't." Dao Ling nodded. "Then what are we waiting for? Kill him." Yi Xian said, "Then let's kill him." With that, the 2 of them disappeared on the spot. They did it immediately. They headed to the Heavenly Cycle universe. On the way, Yi Xian suddenly asked, "What kind of place is the burial ground?" Dao Ling was silent for a moment, then said, "It's an ancient ruin. It's rumored that a great battle took place there." Yi Xian was a little puzzled. Why didn't the major forces of the Dark Observance universe chase after you and kill you all? Dao Ling said calmly. There's an evil aura there. They're afraid of death, so they don't dare to chase after you. Yi Xian frowned slightly. An evil aura? Dao Ling glanced at Yi Xian. Do you know about the evil spirit race? Yi Xian shook his head. Dao Ling said. They're a very powerful race. They're not from the heavenly cycle universe, but from another universe. They were defeated and escaped to the Dark Observance universe, but they were sealed and suppressed. Yi Xian was a little curious. By who? Dao Ling looked at Yi Xian. Do you think I know everything? Yi Xian. Dao Ling retracted his gaze. Let me ask you, did you kill those 2 Insight Realm cultivators? Yi Xian nodded. Dao Ling frowned slightly. Those 2 are Insight Realm cultivators. If you were to fight with them, there would definitely be a big commotion. But why is there no commotion at all? Yi Xian turned to look at Dao Ling, a little puzzled. What commotion do I need to make to kill an Insight Realm cultivator? Isn't it just a matter of 1 sword? Why do you need to use a second move to kill an Insight Realm cultivator? Dao Ling was silent for a moment, then said, I also killed an Insight Realm cultivator just now. Yi Xian blinked his eyes. And then? Dao Ling said seriously, I only used half a move. Yi Xian. P.S. It's the 5th chapter today. I'm just complaining. If you don't like it, don't read it. As mentioned before, I've returned to my hometown, so I don't have much time to write. Hence the outburst was delayed. Then it was spat out. That's to be expected, huh? Everyone knows that I'm married. I have a son, huh? He's more than a year old. But today, I realized that I haven't spent much time with him. He would call me mother, aunt, sister. But he doesn't really call me father. This is because I lock myself in my room to write every morning until noon. After lunch, I'll take a nap and continue writing in the afternoon. If I write fast, I can finish in the afternoon. If I don't, I'll continue writing at night. It's like this almost every day. I don't have much time to spend with him. Since I've been updating constantly, it means that I have to write every day. I've never taken a break, never. I know that in many people's eyes, writing is very easy. Just write tens of thousands of words. You might not know that sometimes, I struggle for more than an hour to finish a chapter. It's just a few crosses. Sometimes, when I reach a bottleneck and get stuck, it's so painful that I want to die. Actually, this kind of pain can only be understood by those who have written before. Those who haven't written before won't understand. They'll only think that I'm fooling them again. Finally, the purpose of my writing is very simple. I hope that when everyone is pooping in the morning, I can turn on my phone and read a few chapters. If you feel happy, hot-blooded, or touched when you read the book, then I'll be satisfied. Of course, I know that there's always the possibility of getting hit by water. I can imagine a certain brother who is pooping in the morning. As he reads, he suddenly curses. Boss Egg, you're a fake. Damn it, you're making 2 more chapters. I hope that this sword can accompany all of you. Of course, I also know that this company will come to an end. One day, the invincible Qing, the defeated unfettered one, the cheerful Yang Yi, the shameless Yi Xian, the mischievous Arya and Xiaobai, they will disappear from everyone's daily lives. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.